Finley, Moore, Peck, Santos. Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
Okay, let's stand for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You might want to remind people that because I see people that have strong opinions on both sides. No clapping, no, I mean, just, but don't be just tell them.
Yeah.
That shit.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, okay. Anyone wishing to speak at first call public invited to be heard will need to add his or her names to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at first call public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their name on the list will have an opportunity to speak at final call public invited to be heard on any item at the end of the meeting. Also want to remind everybody that public invited to be heard to be respectful, no clapping or cheering for one side or the other. It's just a dialogue to listen to everybody's points of view respectfully. So now we've got the minutes of the April 11th session to approve. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to move April 11, 2017 regular session minutes.
Second. All right, let's vote on that. That passes 6-0 with Councilmember Santos absent. Valerie, are there any agenda revisions?
Yes, Mayor Coombs, after the original agenda went out, there was a revised ordinance for consent item 8A and a revised communication for 8A1 that was sent to you. It was also published on the website. And then there was a revised IGA for consent item 8F, which was also published on the website and sent to you. And finally, there were 2 constituent letters that were received in planning that I placed at your desk and emailed to you, and that's for 9F Creekside rezoning.
Is there a report from the city manager?
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay. So now we have the special reports and presentation. We have a proclamation designating April 23rd to 29th as Healthcare Volunteer Week. Find the right one. I've got 4. Okay, here it is. So Pat Dudley, Volunteer Member Board, and others will be here to accept the proclamation. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. A proclamation designating the week of April 23rd to 29th, 2017 as Healthcare Volunteer Week in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the citizens of our community have volunteered their names and talents, their time and talents since the mid-50s to fundraise and provide services for the patients of Longmont United Hospital, whereas our community's healthcare volunteers force at Longmont United Hospital consists of more than 500 individuals spanning 6 generations, and whereas healthcare volunteers at Longmont United Hospital bring a multitude of services to patients by providing bedside comfort, companionship, entertainment in the form of magazines, movies, art supplies, and books, capturing the patient's life stories, carrying clown humor, pet therapy, checking up on patients once they leave the hospital, and whereas healthcare volunteers in Longmont United Hospital assist staff by delivering inter-office mail throughout the hospital, participating in emergency preparedness drills, staffing offices and registration desks, representing the hospital at community events, and whereas healthcare volunteers are vital to our future as a caring and compassionate community and are a great treasure. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by the virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd through 29th, 2017 as Healthcare Volunteer Week in Longmont, and I invite all citizens in the community to recognize the value of volunteering in healthcare and pledging to make service a part of their daily lives. So, would anybody like to come down and say a few words? And
May I?
yes, sure.
I'll need to go to the podium.
Yeah, you can go right up there to the podium.
I volunteer at Longmont United Hospital. My name is Pat Dudley. I have volunteered since 1985, and I will have to tell you, it is a fabulous place to volunteer. It's a great hospital. The people there are wonderful. And we have over 700 volunteers, not 500. So we're a very active group, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So next we have Jennifer Diaz-Leon, Program Specialist, Child, Youth, and Family Divisions, will accept a proclamation designating the week of April 24th through 28th as the week of the young child in Longmont, Colorado. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. A proclamation designating the week of April 24th through the 28th, 2017 as the week of the young child in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the week of the young child is an annual celebration sponsored by the National Association for the Education of Young Children, NAEYC, celebrating early learning, young children, their teachers, and families. And whereas today we know more than ever before about the importance of childhood's earliest years in shaping their learning and development. 90% of a child's brain is developed by the age of 5. By 3 years old, there is a 30 million word gap between children from the wealthiest and the poorest family. This is important because vocabulary development during the preschool years is related to later learning skills and school success. And whereas this is a time to recognize that child's opportunities are our responsibilities and to recommit ourselves to ensuring that every child experiences a type of early environmental, at home, at childcare, at school, and in the community that will promote their early learning. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by the virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the week of April 24th through 28th, 2017, as the week of the young child in Longmont, and I invite all citizens in the community to recognize the value of laying a foundation in the early childhood years, birth through age 8, for children's success and participation in this week's events. So would you like to come down and...
Actually, I just want to bring it to your attention, we have a fire hazard with the exit.
Okay.
I would defer to Chief Butler, the Chief
Yes.
of Public Safety, and he can handle it. There he is. Yeah.
Are you a young child?
Yeah. Say this, Chief.
Someone's... Yeah. Where's the lights?
Mayor, members of council, and those in the audience, we do have a code that limits the number of people that can be in the room. So we are going to pay attention to that a little bit. But what we do need, first and foremost, are for folks in the aisles and folks in the doorways. We're going to have to clear those so that we do have some ingress and egress that we can utilize in case of an emergency. And so just if you would start clearing those aisles, and I'm sorry about that, but there may be room in the foyer. There's also some room with televisions over in this area over here. So
You
if
may,
we can clear the doorways or the aisleways and the doorways, that'd be great.
Mayor, we do have the video broadcasting in the area outside of the council chambers. We have the study session room broadcasting, and we have the TV in the Civic Center area broadcasting this.
So the TV in the Civic Center areas broadcasting, the area outside in this hallway, and then our study session chambers at the end of this hall are all broadcasting this meeting live, so you can watch in there too. So is there anybody here?
So I'm Mike Butler. I'm the public safety chief. And what I need everybody to do is we can't be in the aisles. You can't sit here in the aisles. You're going to have to move out or find a seat somewhere. And along there, we have to have a clear path, please. And then the doorways. So as long as these are clear, we're good. And we'll leave it at that. And thank you all for your presence. And sorry that we are as busy as we are. So. All right, Mayor.
All right.
The meeting's all yours.
Is there anybody here that would, for this proclamation, that'd like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Bob Smith, President of St. Vrain School Board, and Diane Lauer, Assistant Superintendent with St. Vrain. I really just wanted to express our appreciation on behalf of the school board for your support over the years. With preschool spending in Colorado having fallen to about 41st of the 50 states, St. Vrain could not do what we're doing without both the city's support and the leadership that you had, this council and prior council members have provided over the years. We deeply appreciate the partnership. And if you would, I'd like to allow Diane to say a word or two.
Okay, sure.
Well, I just concur so much with Mr. Smith, and in fact, am now a recent homeowner here in Longmont. I've moved, and because of the high-quality opportunities here in this city, it is an amazing team collaborative effort. Everything that's done on part of the businesses, the nonprofits, the schools, educating the young child is a community effort here in Longmont. So thank you, and thank everyone in our community.
Well, thank you. Okay, next we have a proclamation designating May 17th as Mental Health Awareness Month in Longmont, Colorado. And I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. Proclamation designating May 2017 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Longmont, Colorado, whereas 1 in 5 Americans will experience a mental health issue in any given year, and 1 in 10 young people will experience a period of major depression, and whereas the impacts of mental illness reaches everyone in our community, family, friends, neighborhoods, and coworkers, and whereas there is a need for increased awareness of and access to mental health resources and crisis services in Longmont, and whereas supporting action for mental health is a growing movement of community members, faith leaders, local governments, nonprofits, and businesses working to bring educational resources and awareness to Longmont, and whereas there are a number of events planned in May, including special presentations on mental health, community conversations, and mental health first aid training. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by the virtue of authority vested in me, and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim May 2017 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Longmont, and I invite all citizens in the community to use this month to raise awareness and increase understanding about mental health in Longmont, in the Longmont community. ahead,
Thank you,
Karen.
Mayor Coombs. Members of council, my name is Karen Roney. I'm with the Community Services Department here for the city. And I'm also one of many members of the Supporting Action for Mental Health, which, as the mayor indicated, is a organization of community groups, faith communities, residents, government, anyone who is really interested in our community about mental health and raising the awareness of mental health issues and mobilizing our community to take action. So SAM, as we are known as, we've been in operation since 2016. We recently were able to receive a $200,000 grant from the Colorado Health Foundation that has helped us significantly to really focus on raising awareness of mental health issues in our community. And within the next 2 years with those grant funds, our goal is to offer mental health first aid training to 2,000 Longmont residents, to continue to have community conversations on mental health with another 1,500 residents, to launch an anti-stigma campaign called Let's Talk, and to continue to raise awareness in a lot of other ways about mental health in Longmont. I would like to introduce Julie Phillips, who is our project coordinator for Supporting Action for Mental Health, and she's going to talk a little bit about what will be happening in May.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs and City Council members. We're really, really excited about what we have planned for May and for what we have planned in the months ahead. We are launching a series of mental health first aid trainings, and we have 4 happening in the month of May and many more to come. These are trainings that are both for folks, for adults and also for adults that work with youth. And these are classes that we'll be offering in English and Spanish across the community. And it is a way for everybody to have a better understanding and awareness of how we can help friends, neighbors, colleagues that we work with and that may be struggling with a mental health challenge. We have some special events, including a community conversation, an overview on mental health first aid, as well as a presentation on expressive art therapy. So we invite you and everybody to join us, and thank you for your support, and are really excited about the work that we're all doing in Longmont to raise awareness about mental health, to educate one another, and to really make this a community that supports everybody in our community around mental health.
Thank you.
And I would like for members of SAM to join the mayor in the circle to accept the proclamation. So, Julie, I saw Bill Myers with Mental Health Partners is in the audience, Judith Parton, Olga Bermudez, who works with the city. I think I saw Ira Chernus back here, and I don't know if Mike Butler is still in the audience. Or if he's directing traffic, but and anyone else who I might not have seen who's a member of SAM to come down and to join the mayor in accepting this proclamation.
Have her tell us how to attend. How do we find out where to go?
Okay.
Okay, so there's information in the back, on the back table, and also people can go to use bit.ly at Supporting Action for Mental Health. And so we have a website with lots of information. Thanks.
Okay, we've got 2 more proclamations. The next proclamation is a proclamation designating May 2017 as Longmont Chorale Month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the citizens of Longmont recognize that the performing arts significantly enhance the quality of life in our community, whereas Longmont is committed to supporting the performing arts in our community, and whereas the Longmont Chorale aims to build community by promoting music partnership, enjoyment, and appreciation through the study, practice, and performance of beautiful choral music. And whereas the Longmont Chorale celebrates and completes the 80th season in May 2017 as one of the longest-running community choirs in Western United States. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim May 2017 as Longmont Chorale Month in Longmont, and I invite all citizens in our community to congratulate the Longmont Chorale and to recognize the importance of the performing arts in May and year-round.
My name is Bob Balsman. I'm the president of the Longmont Chorale, and we want to thank Mayor Coombs and the City Council for our community's support. It is very important that we do have our community support. That's what's kept us going for 80 years, and we invite our community to join us. Just keep an eye on our website for your next opportunity to sing with us. It'll be over the summer with the Symphony Orchestra, and then again in the fall. And once again, thank you.
Now we've got a proclamation designating May 2017 as Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability, and whereas archaeological and historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as people, and whereas archaeological history, culture, our shared culture, is the theme for Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month 2017 in Colorado, whereas the Historic Preservation Commission supports Archaeological Historic Preservation Month in Longmont for May 2017. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, with the virtue of authority vested in me, and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim May 2017 as Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, and call upon the residents of our community to join their fellow citizens across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Is there someone? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs, City Council. Karen Bryant, I'm the Preservation Planner for the City of Longmont. May is typically nationally known as Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month, and there are events going on throughout the country and throughout the state supporting archaeology and historic preservation. The City of Longmont has a few events that we're putting on. The Longmont Museum, as always, has their Front Range Rising exhibit. But in addition to that, they are helping us put on some walking tours. In downtown, Eric Mason is going to actually be leading those tours. And then we also are going to be having some walking tours of the East Side and West Side National Historic Districts. In addition, on May 31st, there will be a presentation at the museum on historic preservation in the City of Longmont. Also, the Longmont Library and the Boulder County Latino History Project have a couple of events that are going on across the way at the library. The first one is an exhibit that will be running through the entire month of May, and it's called Moments in Mexican American History in the Southwest. And I saw this exhibit when it was at the Boulder Library, and it's very powerful. It's very moving. I would suggest definitely stopping by into the library and checking it out. In addition, on May 18th, the library will be holding a special program where members of the Boulder County Latino History Project will be there talking about their experiences and going into a little more detail some of the topics and items that are in the exhibit. I would also like to mention we're very fortunate that on May 19th, the State Review Board will be looking at the city's nomination for the Downtown National District and making a recommendation. So myself and some other staff members are going to be going down, and hopefully by the end of the month we will have a Downtown National District as well.
All right, thank you.
And anybody that... I invited some people from the museum and the Boulder County Latino History Project and the library. I don't know if anybody's here, but if they are, please come on up to have the picture with the mayor.
Take a picture of the mayor.
Councilmember Christensen is our liaison. Do you want to come out to the Historic Preservation Commission?
It's hard. Lick it. It's a popsicle. There's 7 over 60. Somewhere between 60 and 80. It's going to take us to 11.
Before I move to the last thing in special reports, Joan Peck, could you?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Mayor Coombs, we obviously have a packed house tonight, and we have a full agenda. I'm very interested to hear what everybody says, but I would like to direct staff to put sanctuary cities on a future agenda so that Gabe Santos is here for discussion. Because we're not going to have time to hear everybody's testimony, and Councilman Santos should probably be here if we take a vote.
Well, this wasn't even a council item tonight. All we're doing is hearing public.
It's not on the agenda tonight, and doesn't it not have to be on the agenda if we are actually going to discuss and vote on it?
We're not voting on anything tonight.
That's what I...
Yeah. I mean, this is just a public invited to be heard.
They might be
Okay.
going to talk about fracking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who knows?
I guess.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess my question is, so right now we have over 60, somewhere between 60 and 80 people, which is fine. So 3 minutes times just the minimum of 60, we're already at almost 11 o'clock. So my question is, I suggest city staff think about what we have to accomplish after we hear from the public invited to be heard, because I don't want to be here after 11.
So Mayor, while you all are doing public invited to be heard, the city attorney and I will meet with staff, probably upstairs in the purchasing room, and we will go over the agenda and see what can be pulled.
Okay.
But yeah, let's hear people talk.
Yeah, I guess my thing is let's just listen tonight and then make a decision after tonight on what we're going to do, and not do formal, unless I'm overruled by everybody else. Okay. Okay.
So
Councilmember Moore.
Go ahead.
I just want to say there's a lot of people here that took time out of their lives to show up for Public Invited to be heard and bring this item forward. I think we need to hear them. And there are, as Councilman Bagley said, there is no action taken tonight. So at the same time, the public deserves to be heard.
Councilmember Peck?
I think you misunderstood me. I want the public to be heard. But I also would like council to discuss that, what we've heard. But it can't be done tonight because it's going to be so long. That's why I asked if we could put this on an agenda after we've heard everybody to actually have a discussion about it. That was my point. Not that I don't want to hear you. I do want to hear you. So, thank you.
Okay. All right. I guess the way we're going to do that is...
Mayor, you still have the youth council presentation?
Oh, yes, yeah. Excuse me. Right. Well, good thing. Thank you, Council. Thank you. You're saving us. I guess Olga Bermudez, the Children's Youth Council, is here with the Youth Council, and she's going to give us our work plan update.
Which one is it?
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and City Council members. My name is Olga Bermudez, and I work for the City of Longmont at Children, Youth, and Families. And I'm also the liaison staff for Longmont Youth Council. I'm here tonight with some Youth Council members, and they would like to give an update regarding some of the projects they have been working on.
Good evening, City Council and everyone here. I want to say a quick thank you for allowing us to come and speak tonight, as you have a very packed agenda, clearly. So we'd just like to give a quick update on what we've been up to lately. I will say my name. Thank you. My name is Madison Reed, and I'm the co-chair of Longmont Youth Council. And tonight we're going to share with you a few quick things. So first of all, for those of you who do not know, Youth Council recently went to Washington, D.C. And as there's a presentation up on the board, and we went mostly to see the National League of Cities conference and to be a part of this. There were over 200 youth delegates there and overall 2,000 people, including city council members. Some of the highlights of this included seeing a panel on environmental policies, seeing general sessions with important keynote speakers, and collaborating with fellow youth councils. We got to learn a lot about how other cities operate, and we wanted to say thank you for helping us go on this trip because it was truly a fantastic opportunity for us.
We also got to speak with our Senator Gardner, and that was a really cool experience because we were able to have our voice as youth to a higher level of government. Some of the policies that we talked to him about were about education and also environmental policy.
Thank you.
And my name is Taylor Sandel.
All right. Well, thank you.
I'm Samantha Modisett. Just really quickly, we also, of course, you can't go to D.C. and not do some sightseeing. So we got to do some sightseeing, and we really got to see the monuments and really have just some historical background, especially talking to the people at the National League of Cities and really being able to connect everything together. So that was a great opportunity for all of us.
And this trip was really fun, but it also impacted our lives. Personally, I've been in contact with the internship office with Senator Gardner, and for me, that's provided opportunities of a possible internship or spending a week at the Capitol learning how the legislative process works up close. So this is really important, just as a reminder that an investment in us is also an investment in the future, and we appreciate that.
I was able to go to a meeting with some members of the Department of Homeland Security, and I now have a contact in that department, and so I will be talking to her later in May to really get some feedback, because that's kind of that's what I want to pursue as a career, so that's a very impactful thing on my life, because I'm able to really talk with someone who knows what they're talking about when it comes to that career path.
We all really appreciate you guys helping us out on this trip. I know that it'll open up a lot of scholarship opportunities for all of us, and it'll really re-energize our youth council so we can continue to do projects that benefit our community.
Well, Washington, D.C. really is a cool place to go visit.
Yes, definitely.
So speaking of projects that benefit the community, the project that Youth Council has been, oh yes, thank you. The project that Youth Council has been working on most recently is, simply put, an art project. So I'll wait just a second for our presentation to come up. Cool. So our art project kind of has the general goal of creatively standing up for the awareness of youth suicide. We came together a while ago and discussed what really impacts us, and one topic that came up was suicide. And after brainstorming kind of how we could not necessarily deal with this issue, but look at it in a way that we could positively affect it, we decided to come up with an art project that would ask the youth of the community to bring forth their art and present something that inspires them.
So we're inviting youth of middle and high school to an art competition. And yeah, suicide really has affected our schools, and it's impacted all of us. And we think that this project will really help raise awareness of that.
For the past several years, we have been rocked as a city by youth suicide. Frederick had 3 deaths, and in December of 2014, I believe, and there were many. There was an 8th grader at Twin Peaks who committed suicide not too long ago, and so this has really rocked our city, and it's really a scary thought to think that our youth are feeling like that's the last option they have. So this art project is really to get the youth out there and to make sure that they're heard and to let them know that that we are aware of the situation and that we want everyone else to be aware. So we are asking Longmont youth between 11 and 18 to submit an art piece that inspires them or advocates for someone that they know that's dealing with mental health issues. It has to fit. It has to be 2D because 3-dimensional is very hard to transport. And then it must fit within an 18-inch by 18-inch area. And it must, of course, have appropriate language and content.
And youth, as a good kind of incentive for the project to participate, we do have monetary prizes for the people that will be participating in the project. We have found in the past that this is a really good extra boost to get youth to participate because they always enjoy a monetary prize. So we did bring posters tonight if you would like to help us pass those out and spread this project around. We know that at the core our youth community is very vibrant and passionate about a lot of issues, so we look forward to seeing how that is represented in this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Coombs, we're going to start public invited to be heard, but staff has asked that I'm going to call 10 names. The first 5 will be the first 5 folks up, and we'd like you to come down and sit at these front chairs so that you're ready to go as soon as we call your name. And the second 5, if you would, where do you want them to sit? Just be ready in the wings? Okay, just be ready in the wings. So the first 5 people to speak will be...
Valerie.
Sorry?
Before we go any further, did council have any items on consent agenda that you all were going to pull?
I did not have any that I wanted to pull. Okay. Do you want to just maybe pass the consent agenda then?
No, I was just, if you were, that was one that I was going to pull off and push to another agenda if we could. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I think we were going to just let the agenda item pass.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ready? So the first 5 signed up were Robert Coleman. So if you'll come down here, please. Diane Wood, Linda Marquez, Michael Ferrisworth, and Margaret Kemper. And Robert, you'll be up first, but let me read the next 5 so that they can be prepared, especially if they're in the other room. They'll need time to get in here. That would be Janice Hughes, Mike Coleman, Dr. Veronique Bellamy, and Paulette Ogden. Okay.
One more.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs, members of
And
the...
hang on, I've got any instructions.
So some of you were asking about fire code for this building. So we have members of our fire department here that are monitoring what's happening. It's important that we keep the egresses open, the doors that people can't stand in the doors. But just wanted to let you know that we do have fire personnel here. And so if something does happen that we need to evacuate some people, we'll go ahead and move you out based on the occupancy. But right now, they're just monitoring.
And sorry to interrupt you again, Mr. Coleman, but I just
You
want
get 3
everybody
minutes?
to be
I get
clear.
3 minutes,
You
right?
will. I will be setting a timer at the top first, and those little lights will come on.
okay.
The green light is on. When the yellow light comes on, you have about 30 seconds to wrap up. And then when the red light comes on, if you could.
Red light?
Yeah, because
Okay.
he's got a button,
Hook
and he'll
comes
cut
out
you
of the
off.
side of the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
Okay. Mayor Coombs, members of the City Council, thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm Robert Coleman. I've been a homeowner here in Longmont for 20 years. Longmont is a diverse community. Whether we are from a country that enjoys playing cricket on the 21st Street pitch or playing soccer on a community field, the games we play have rules. And for any game we play, the rules of the game determine behavior, or else games collapse into disorganization and chaos. Whether games are fun or profit, or simply standing in line at a movie theater or grocery store, rules of society require respect and fairness for our fellow citizens. This respect for rules and the order of society is often informal, but it is also formalized in the law. This is the foundation of the most successful and most prosperous nation in human history, our commitment to rule of law. In Washington, laws are made of national scope. Within that, each state has their own lawmakers for their state, and each community, such as Longmont, has their own local leadership. We, the citizens, hope that our leaders at every level believe in rule of law. This is the thread and the fabric of the orderly society and nation we live in. So tonight, I rise in support of rule of law and against Longmont being a sanctuary city. Support the laws of this nation. Support the laws that protect we the people, the citizens of Longmont, the citizens of Colorado, and the citizens of the nation. Do not take this first step into lawlessness just because other municipalities have. Do not let your feelings dominate your judgment by mistake. Vote for rule of law. This is not a question of race. This is a question of rule of law. Let me repeat that. This is not a question of race. We, whatever race we are, must obey the laws. This is a question about rule of law. So out of compassion for the citizens of your town, your state, and your nation, please do not make Longmont a sanctuary city.
Hey, excuse me. What?
Your mic is off.
And no matter what side you're on, there's no clapping or cheering, because people have different points of view. So this is just going to be a respectful dialogue where everybody gets a chance to speak. So please refrain from clapping. Yeah, Councilmember Santos.
Mayor Coombs,
Yes.
thank you. Brian Bagley, Gabe Santos is here, but I look a lot like him. Gabe's better looking.
Yes, excuse me.
But thank you, though. I know you're under the gun. Yeah, you're stressed. You're going to do good. I'm here for you, bro. I'm here for you. So just as I'm looking out, and I just want to back up the mayor, there is nothing on the agenda either for or against tonight or ever at the moment. Everyone in the city of Longmont, whether you're a citizen, documented, undocumented, public invited to be heard means you get 3 minutes at that podium to say whatever you want. It just looks like tonight is a night that people got together and decided, hey, let's all go in and talk about this topic together. As far as we're concerned at this exact moment in time, there is no ordinance, there's no resolution, there's nothing. So I realize there's a lot of passion in the room about this particular topic, but just remember that all we're doing is you get 3 minutes to express an opinion. There's no vote being taken after this. There's no ordinance to approve. There are suggestions from citizenry, but up here at this dais, we have no idea what is going on. So, just and that can be just general. That's general. No idea.
Okay, Diane, you're out. Sorry.
And Excuse me, when you start speaking, if you could
Ready?
say your name and address first, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Diane Wood, 6914 St. Vrain Road. And good evening, Mayor Coombs, council members. Thank you for letting me talk. I'm here tonight to voice my opinion that Longmont should become a sanctuary city. Immigrants, documented or undocumented, are our neighbors. The president's policy on deportation was to deport immigrants who had a criminal record. Now he and Sessions are deporting immigrants with no criminal record, and they're ripping families apart. Deportation policies are creating mistrust of local law enforcement. Our country is a nation of immigrants. All my grandparents were immigrants. Accepting immigrants to the United States is an integral part of our American values. We must hold on to these values, treating everyone equally in our community. If we have ICE come into our community, I will volunteer to be part of a human wall and do a peaceful demonstration. What Trump and Sessions are doing is wrong, completely wrong. They're both white supremacists. In our world, we have many nationalities, but we must remember, first, that we are human beings, and we must stand strong as a sanctuary city to protect our neighbors and our American values. Thank you.
Linda.
Hello, my name is Linda Marquez. I live at 828 South Broad Street in Longmont. I just wanted to come and offer support to a sanctuary city status for Longmont. When people hear the word sanctuary city, the two words, some people get fear, some people curious. I'm hoping that everybody will have an open mind and try to understand that sanctuary doesn't mean harboring criminals or harboring rapists, murderers. It means giving harbor to people that want safety. People that come to our country come for a reason. They come to our country for a chance at life because where they were living, where they were born, has turned into something else. And I think that Longmont has enough smart people in the community and our city council to give a fair-minded look at this and look at the support that it has. And the people that are afraid of the word sanctuary cities, the words sanctuary cities, maybe they haven't been to a third world country. Maybe they haven't had to be separated from their parents or their children. And maybe if they had to walk in somebody else's shoes for a mile where they come from, maybe they would understand a little bit more. And I just want to thank you for taking the time and listening to all of us. And I appreciate everybody that's come out here, whether you're for or against it, because we all want a better community. And I think turning away people that have no other fault except to want to be productive, I lost my train of thought, but just to give us, that opportunity, we appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Michael Farnsworth, 25 College Court, Longmont. I came to Longmont as a sixth grader in 1949. I've seen this town grow. It's a beautiful town. It is a diverse town. But the vast majority of the people in Longmont who've been here have attempted to become citizens. And those people that have come into the United States illegally have had that opportunity. And many of them have been here for years and maybe have not taken that opportunity. I have a young man that has worked with me who very recently did take that opportunity. He's a good young man. I have another young man that also came in as a youth with his parents And he took that opportunity, became a citizen, and now is a very good businessman here in town. But a law is a law. If I steal from my employer and don't get caught, later on, maybe I may become the mayor, possibly, and then I'd get caught. Okay? I have violated the law, regardless of what I've done. I have no way of making restitution on that. But these people that come into the United States illegally have an opportunity to take part as a citizen. And I recommend they do that. Thank you.
Margaret?
You can pull that down, Margaret. Thank you.
I'm Margaret Milese Kemper. I live at 1319 Monarch Drive here in beautiful Longmont, Colorado, with all these wonderful people behind me. And we may have different opinions on some things, but I love every person in the room, even the mayor.
Wow.
And this is a beautiful thing in the moment of Longmont, in that we politically have the ability to come here and express our opinions on different issues that deal with the citizenship of people in the city of Longmont. I received 2 phone calls today from people who live in sanctuary cities, and they warned me, do not become a sanctuary city. Instead, go on with the laws of the city in which you live, with the confidence of the people all here with us together, to live the good life, to be kind to one another. If people are immigrants, help them to get into the system, to become citizens, but do not become a sanctuary city. Tax revenue will be taken away from us, your educational standards will decline, and this is all information from people living in sanctuary cities. So anyway, thank you for listening to me, and I love all of you. I'm a deacon at Central Presbyterian Church, and we have sanctuary there, so come to Central Presbyterian. Thank you very much.
The next 5 people should be making their way down. That's Janice Hughes, Mike Coleman, Dr. Veronique Bellamy, Paulette Ogden, and then the 5 following them.
Well, you forgot Carol Mudd.
Well, I'm going to say that now. Carol Mudal, right? Mudal? I have M-U-D-A-L. I don't, it looks, Jeff Dolman, Albert Bonner, Angel Sanchez, and R.W. Bohm. So if the, Janice, you're up next. Go ahead.
Janice Hughes, 945 Neon Forest Circle. I'm retired now, but for the past 20 years, I was principal at Burlington Elementary here in Longmont. And I urge you to support this sanctuary proclamation just because of our kids. What we've always been able to do, I've seen the anxiety, I've seen the stress on the children in our school. I have 2 children that, of course, grandchildren, that, of course, go to Burlington Elementary. I've seen, and I need them focusing on learning. I don't need them focusing on the safety of themselves and their families. In the last 20 years, I've been able to seek help and to work with the Longmont Police Department. Our officers have always put safety of our people first. This proclamation will match our words for our actions. And on a totally different topic, Burlington Elementary is having its 50th anniversary this Friday at Burlington at its present site. Of course, it's older than that, and at 5:30, and so you can all come and see us there. Thank you.
Hello, Town Council, Mayor. My name is Mike Coleman. I live in Longmont.
Lived here since I got out of the first Persian Gulf War. I am a veteran of the United States Air Force, and my address is 317 Emory Drive. I've served in multiple countries, served in Saudi Arabia, served in Iraq, served in Turkey, a Muslim nation, and I also was raised in Germany. My mother was born in Berchtesgaden, Germany, so I am a son of an immigrant. I do understand immigration policy very well. As I was growing up over in Europe, 15 years in Germany, I've seen what immigration can do. There are certain spots in Germany that you cannot go to because you will be murdered, plain and simple, because it is totally non-go. Germany back in the 60s, after World War II, it went ahead and instituted a work program. Many individuals came over and never left, and it became a very dangerous place. Military personnel were on guard 24/7, 365. When I got stationed overseas in Ramstein Air Base, Germany, I too was on duty because of this. We are a nation of laws. When I served overseas, I had to obey rules and regulations in Italy, in Saudi Arabia, and the United States Uniform Code of Military Justice. Please do not pass the ordinance for Sanctuary City. It is not worth violating our laws. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great day.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Veronique Bellamy, and I live at 1050 16th Avenue here in Longmont. And like the last speaker, I also served my country. I'm a former officer of the Gendarmerie Nationale of France, and ultimately, that means I'm also a Frontex officer, or was a Frontex officer, which meant that I had the special duty of trying to fish people out of migrant boats off the coast of Turkey. At the time I was serving, it was mostly the Yazidi who were being driven out of Iraq. Anyway, the point is, laws are not something that are beyond us. We create laws in democratic countries. Laws come from the people. The authority to make law comes from the people. So people up here trying to say that we respect law. As a police officer, I understand the need to respect law, but as a person who has seen the heartache of international migration, as a person who has seen the heartache of war, I think that laws do need to be changed. So I do support creating a sanctuary city. I do know that people like Mr. Sessions and Mrs. Peck decide that ultimately they do not want sanctuary cities. They do not want these voices to be heard. But the fact of the matter is, we need sanctuary cities. Merci beaucoup pour tout le monde.
Thank you.
Paulette Ogden.
My name is Paulette, and I've lived in Longmont 32 years. I do not support a sanctuary city for Longmont. A sanctuary city is a city that limits its cooperation with the national government in order to help people who are in our country illegally avoid deportation. Non-U.S. citizens broke the law of the land, by coming and staying in the United States. Non-U.S. citizens need to legally apply for U.S. citizenship like other non-U.S. citizens who have done so before getting their U.S. citizenship. It's not right for these people that are non-U.S. citizens to get a free pass when they broke the law. I want my tax dollars to go to the U.S. citizens that are in the United States legally and who abided by the laws of this country. I am not against immigrants. I welcome all immigrants if they come into our country legally. Thank you.
Carol Moudall. Carol Moudall, Jeff Dolman, Albert Bonner, Angel Sanchez, and R.W. Boehm should be down here now, and followed by Ingrid Moore, Carla Berenz, Josie Martinez, Rosemary Campbell, and David Drogue. So Carol, go ahead.
Hello. My name is Carol Mudd, M-U-D-D.
and I've been a resident of Longmont for about 24 years, 1729 Spencer Street. I am part Cherokee, and I have family members that are Puerto Rican and from Veracruz, and I love my family. However, the majority of this council is pro-sanctuary city status at this point. And so you're telling our children it's okay to disobey the laws of this country. Next, the children will think, I don't like the teacher's rules in the classroom, so they won't follow the rules, and they will disrespect the teacher's rules. And then we'll have the problem with disrespecting our police officers because they don't like their laws. So this is how an environment of disrespect starts. And with disrespecting of our teachers, we'll have more violence in the schools. And believe me, this is happening in Denver. The schools frequently call for police support and for ambulance. I had a granddaughter in a school system in Denver, so I know. We need this council to respect the laws of this country. Don't make teachers' jobs even harder, or police officers' jobs even harder. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. My name is Jeff Dolman. I live on Meadow Court in North Longmont. And I also am a veteran. I served as a military police sergeant during the Vietnam era. I understand that we are a nation of laws, and I understand equally that we are a nation of immigrants. When our forebears, for those of us who have been lucky enough to have enjoyed this country for generations or for a long time, when our forebears came here, they were able to get through the system and become legal immigrants very quickly. What nobody seems to talk about with respect to current immigration status is how long it takes for those new arrivals to get through the system and to receive legal status. If we were in that position, if our forebears were in that position, might they not have had to make the same decisions folks do today and therefore have been classified as illegals? So what I mean by that is that, do you really think that anybody who comes to our country, particularly when they bring families and they want to be part of our system and enjoy and participate in our diverse system, that they really want to do this illegally? They have an immediate need for shelter, for employment, and to feed their families. They can't wait. Their families will die. They won't get anything. They will be gone. Should they come in, sign up, go somewhere else for 10 years until they get their papers? I don't think so. So my proudest moment is in 40 years of being a Boulder County resident is when we had that big meeting at the museum, and where people stood in solidarity. The place was packed. Stood in solidarity and affirmation of that everybody will receive equal treatment of the law regardless of immigration status. That was my proudest moment. And I hope that the council, when it comes time to decide, will give us an equally proud moment and have us take on a sanctuary city status and help to change things. Thank you.
Mr. Bonner is up next.
Did you say Bohm?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Russ Bohm, and I've lived here for about 49
no,
years.
No. Albert
Thought so.
is next. I'm sorry.
Albert Bonner.
Erase.
Erase.
Go back.
Pretty much just reiterating what some other folks have already said, so I'll spare you of that. But I would like to add something, such as the Pilgrims, when they came here in 1620, the first thing they did before they stepped onto land is they wrote the Mayflower Compact. They knew that they had to have civilization. Civilization's predicated upon law. And if you're going to treat the law with contempt, how is it you expect us to do what you will not do yourself? If you don't like the law, change it. But don't flaunt it. It says something to our children, and I think it's a very dangerous way to go. And also, I'd like to address the cheap shot taken by an earlier speaker, that if you feel that we should abide by the law, that you do so out of motivations that you are racist. Now, I went to the Capitol building about a month ago for a pro-Trump rally. We had a bunch of people on the stairs. We had a pastor who had escaped from the area in Iraq where ISIS was, and he led prayer. And some was going on for a while, and then suddenly we saw these people dressed in black, like Mussolini's fascist black shirts. They came across the street. They were waving their red and black Antifa flag. Some of them had flags attached to something that was, you knew it was something that they were planning on beating somebody with. These were violent people. They were accusing us of being racist. That was their motive for attacking us. When you attack someone in their reputation, it's not a small matter. If this is a repudiation of the golden rule. Before you attack someone, know what you're saying. And do not do this to people's reputations mindlessly. And that's pretty much all I've got to say. Other than sanctuary cities are illegal. So if you're not going to regard the law, don't expect from us what you will not give yourself.
I believe Angel Sanchez is next, and then you're up.
But we can't wait.
We'll get there. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I think you're very clearly going to hear a lot of passionate speeches about immigration and what immigration really means. And I would like to first and foremost just start off by saying that while the act of crossing a border may be considered illegal, a human being isn't illegal. And so it would be refreshing for us to use our discretion and our sense of moral standards to refer to these individuals as human beings. They're undocumented, sure, we'll leave it at that, but they're not illegal human beings. Being born is not illegal, so just like to start off with that. Now, I understand that a lot of the anxiety surrounding Sanctuary City, and I heard this mentioned by a lovely young lady earlier, is tax dollars. And so I would like to just touch on that for a moment if I could, and I would just point out that the withholding of federal funds to a city in itself is not a legal act. In fact, a U.S. District Judge, William Orrick, today ordered a stop on the withholding of federal funds under the basis that withholding funding from communities that limit cooperation with U.S. immigration authorities and saying the president has no authority to attach new conditions to federal spending. In other words, you cannot just create laws out of thin air and choose to implement them. Now, sanctuary is not a law out of thin air. It is something that's going to be decided on. It is something that you're going to be able to vote on. And it is not illegal. It is a proclamation to say that we will not force our police officers, our social workers, our city members to be immigration officials when they are not trained, nor did they sign up to do so. That's what sanctuary means. It means we're not going to do that. We're not going to take on that responsibility because it is not our responsibility. The city of Longmont is a wonderful place, and not one person, whether for or against, has come up here and said otherwise, because it is a wonderful place. It is inclusive. Now, the city of Longmont works to ensure that individuals have an opportunity. In fact, the City of Longmont website outlines it best, and where it states that Longmont is the best community for people to live, work, and play, where everyone is welcome. Welcome to Longmont, it says. And so Sanctuary City would ensure that people feel welcome and that our law enforcement officials don't feel an added pressure to an already difficult job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you can go.
At last.
My name is Russ Bohm. I've lived here for about 50 years. My family are all immigrants. They all came from Germany and from Ireland and from Lithuania. They were not afraid of the police department, and they did not live in a sanctuary city. I find that the conflation of immigration and illegal immigration is rather sad, and a lot of misstatements. It's unconstitutional and I believe unfair for the government to make some people above the law based on some civil status that they happen to have. Those of us who are citizens of the USA or came here legally have equal rights under the law. The government, the local government, does not have the right to define some group as a privileged class that then is exempt from some of the laws. That says that people who are non-citizens suddenly have superior rights to citizens. I don't think that that's a fair thing to do. If any governing body takes such a position and establishes providing a haven for such privileged class, then I think that our Longmont Charter really needs to be modified. And it needs to assure that the government officials who have taken that position become financially and legally responsible for any criminal action taken against citizens by the people of the class that they set up. I think that is only fair to those of us who have come legally or are citizens. Further, any official that's so accused must be made to provide their own legal defense, not be provided legal defense by a city attorney or by tax dollars of the people that have been harmed. I have absolutely no problem with people coming to this country, but I have friends who are in Mexico trying to come here legally. They are trying to come legally, and if you are trying to obey the law, come to the country legally, I'm sorry. Harboring people who have come illegally is unfair to them, makes a poor statement about us, and it is unfair to those of us who are citizens. We have immigration laws. We have had two different parties in power for 8 years each. Both talked about changing the law. They have not. We don't get to ignore laws because we don't like them, and I don't believe that non-citizens should either. It's only fair, and I thank you.
Okay, next we have, the next five are Ingrid Moore, Carla Baranz, Josie Martinez, if you could come down here, Rosemary Campbell, and David Drogue. And then following that, please be ready, Jose Bateta, I'm sorry if I messed that name up, Tamal Maldonado, Marty Moore, and Linda Arts. So, Ingrid. Turn the mic on.
Is that, you better remind me when my 3 minutes is up. I can't see the light. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ingrid Moore, 925 Little Leaf Court. Changing subjects. I think the first time I came before the city council to speak about airport noise was in 2011. Since then, I and other citizens of all affiliations have spoken out at council meetings, coffees with the council, have registered formal complaints, tried mediation, editorials, and even lawsuits in attempts to get relief from the public nuisance that is the mile-high skydiving operation. All of these efforts have been stymied by the belief, correct or not, that under FAA law, you do not have the authority to manage or regulate types of aircraft, hours of operation, and other airspace activities at your own airport. The problem is that smaller general aviation airports are regulated to the exact same standards and requirements as large commercial and international airports, including noise mitigation. This is because the FAA doesn't want anything to interfere with aviation and commerce, and they're unwilling to spend any time or effort on the problems of small regional airports. Your not having the authority to control operations at your own airport just doesn't work in a practical sense. So now a potential solution has been dropped in our laps in the form of a federal FAA Reauthorization Act amendment proposed by Representative Jared Polis. In case you haven't read it, it simply says that the owner or operator of a general aviation airport is authorized to restrict the number and type of aircraft operations occurring at the airport, including the days and times of the week of the operations. It also says that no federal funds may be withheld or denied to a general aviation airport based solely on an exercise of authority by the owner or operator. Because Longmont is in Ken Buck's congressional district, we need him to co-sponsor this amendment. A letter from the city requesting that he do so would go a long way toward getting this through the U.S. Congress. Now is the time. This is it. If the FAA authorization passes without this amendment, we won't have a chance again for 5 more years. This is our shot at solving many problems once and for all. And for the life of me, I can't think of anything the city has to lose. And there's so much to gain. Please say you'll give this serious consideration. I'll be happy to work with anyone on the city staff who's directed to work on this. Thank you.
My name is Carla Behrens. I live at 904 Little Leaf Court, Longmont. I am addressing respectfully Mayor Coombs and the rest of the City Council. And I am just reinforcing what Ingrid Moore just said. I think this is an amazing opportunity to, because the amendment put forth by Representative Polis includes not the cities who own airports not being punished by coming up with their regulations, but not having their money taken away, because they've already accepted so much money. And it's just, so we've had to follow all of the FAA regulations, and not that you wouldn't have to follow regulations, but it would be great to be able to have more up-to-date ordinances. The noise is getting more and more unbearable, particularly for mile-high skydiving. And I have to say that even though during the lawsuit, the other side contended that the noise never goes over 50 decibels, with a noise technician, it measured 85 decibels over my house. It goes, and that happens 12 hours a day, at least 3 days a week in the summer. 12 hours of noise that goes on and on and on and on. And so this, I actually beg you to take this opportunity to write a letter to Buck and, I'm sorry, Representative Buck, and get a chance to regulate our property. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your time and attention this evening. My name is Josie Martinez. I live at 327 17th Avenue. I'm an immigrant, a college student, and also a member of Northern Colorado Dreamers United. The reason I'm standing here today is because I'm submitting an ordinance, and I have it here, on behalf of my group and on the members of the Colorado Immigrants' Right Coalition, such as the Comité de Longmont, Intercambio, Barrio E, Safe Shelter of St. Braint Valley, Jenna Sister, Out Boulder, and all of the community members who have joined us today to support. I invite you to please stand. We are asking that you make a motion to send this proposed ordinance to staff for review and for staff to bring back on City Council for codification. I understand that you may have fears, questions, or reservations, but I would like you to consider the importance of making Longmont a sanctuary city that upholds the Constitution and does not take the job of federal immigration agents in the attempt to save money that isn't even in danger of being withheld from the city budget. We heard today that a San Francisco court has issued a temporary block from President Trump's executive order removing money from sanctuary cities that don't cooperate with immigration and custom enforcement. Stan Gardner, who couldn't be here today, made a statement. As a district attorney, I support any measure that builds confidence in law enforcement in our marginalized communities. We need people to trust the system so they appear in court and testify, and people who are afraid often do not do so. The Sanctuary City title sends a message of welcoming inclusiveness to the international community, and it's valuable to the district attorney's office. Making Longmont a sanctuary city is important to me for safety and security for immigrant families like mine. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Rosemary Campbell. I'm the Leadership Coordinator for Boulder County PFLAG, and I'm here on behalf of PFLAG. Our national mission statement regards intention to stand in partnership with all marginalized people, and that's what we intend to do. So we are asking you as a group to adopt the sanctuary city. Personally, I have lived in Boulder County for 75 of my 80 years. And one of the reasons I have stayed here is because I love the community. And several people have talked about that. And I just want to remind you that this community includes many, many immigrant people. And they are part of what make our community strong and so delightful to live in. Thank you.
And then how do I just click it? Okay. Hi there. My name is Dave Droge, and I live at 4217 Florentine Drive, and I'm urging you to declare Longmont a sanctuary city. I love living in Colorado, and specifically in Longmont. One of the reasons that I like living here is that in the past several years, this council and our city have done some things that I'm extremely proud of. One recent occasion for which I'm proud was our fracking ban. You and the rest of the city brought Longmont onto the national stage with that effort and demonstrated with action that this is a place where people can bring their families and settle down. Here we're willing to take the high road to ensure that our families are protected and treated with respect. Now, as others have pointed out here tonight, it's important to abide by the law. And because of that, there's people in this town that are going to have fracking near their homes and near their schools because the law it didn't pass. But nonetheless, that's not a reason not to try and change the law. And so for issues like this, if the law indicates that it shouldn't happen, then the law should be changed. During battles like this, you and the rest of Longmont stood up against threats and business self-interest. This council found the courage to forge ahead because we would not be cowed by threats, whether real or imaginary. It's time for Longmont to once again take a stand. This time, the stand should be to demonstrate care and respect for people, all people, and it's the right thing to do. Unfortunately, there's places in our country where policies are influenced by groups through a message of fear and distrust. And I'd like to just... the SPLC, or Southern Poverty Law Center, provides resources to seek justice for the most vulnerable people in society, teaching tolerance to reduce prejudice in our schools, and fighting hate by monitoring and exposing hate groups and extremists throughout the U.S. This is SPLC's hate map for Colorado. As this map shows, have groups representing anti-Muslim, white nationalists, neo-Nazis, anti-GLBT, and others. The SPLC is tracking 917 hate groups and extremists throughout the U.S. What these groups are espousing is this: African Americans, you don't belong here. LGBT, you don't belong here. Muslims, you don't belong here. Latinos, you don't belong here. Immigrants, you don't belong here. And the list goes on. Basically, if you look different from me, you don't belong here. And if you act different from me, you don't belong here. There are many instances around the country where people are taking controversial stands to counteract these influences by demonstrating respect for others. From removing the Confederate flag from the top of the South Carolina State Capitol grounds to removing Confederate monuments in New Orleans. California is in the process of passing a bill to make the entire state a sanctuary state. And at least 6 states have filed legal challenges against the travel ban. So with apologies to Edmund Burke, all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next 5 who should be coming down now should be Joseph Batera, Tamal Maldonado, Marty Moore, Linda Arts, and Susan Hidalgo Faring. And following those 5 will be Kathy Jarrett, Daniel Martin, James Kenworthy, Kimberly Gibbs, and Stephanie Sandlin. So, Jose, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jose Beteta. I'm the Executive Director of the Latino Chamber of Commerce. I'm also in the Human Relations Commission in the City of Boulder, and I'm in the Minority Business Advisory Council for the State of Colorado. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I come before you to testify in favor of making Longmont a sanctuary city in title and essence. Longmont is the headquarters of the Latino Chamber, an organization which grew exponentially since 2015, thanks to our partnership with you guys. The city understood at that moment the value of being more inclusive with minority organizations and businesses at that moment. With the 1/3 of the Latino population that makes up Longmont is a large portion of undocumented residents who live, work, own businesses, create jobs, contribute to the city's socioeconomic structure, and who are on a daily basis affected by their status. Here are some statistics which are going to put everything in perspective. The Latino buying power in the U.S. is $1.5 trillion annually from a population of 50 million persons in the U.S. 11 million undocumented persons contribute to a large portion of those of that buying power. In Colorado, undocumented persons represent an annual buying power of almost $11 billion. In Congressional District 3, which Longmont is the largest city, Longmont happens to be the largest city, and it undocumented persons contribute $1.3 billion annually. Purchasing power and over $400 million in tax contributions. Councilman Moore, you have been asking me for many years how to make Longmont more diverse and inclusive, especially to participate in boards and commissions. This is a big step forward. Councilman Bagley, you want racism and prejudice eradicated from this city, especially so it doesn't affect our family and our children. We can begin with sanctuary cities, your chance to stand up for underrepresented and for those hidden in the shadows. For Councilman Santos, who's not here, and for Councilmember Finley, you will appreciate this, but it makes financial sense. By doing so, you are protecting vulnerable populations who will begin to thrive socially and economically. Not doing so can cost the city millions in tax revenue, and that's just the financial impact. Let's face it, the sky is not falling in Longmont, and by adopting this title, nobody's becoming more important than anybody else. Nobody's using funds they're not supposed to. You're telling our most vulnerable, we are here with you, and we have the guts to stand up and to be with you and protect you as long as you're a law-abiding member of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Mayor and City Council, thank you for having us today. My name is Tamir Maldonado, Director of Barrio E, an artistic and community organization that fosters Latino arts and cultures in the state of Colorado since 2012. Our organization is diverse and inclusive, serving all individuals who want to learn, embrace, and celebrate Latinos' identity and heritage. We have been present in the city of Longmont through programs, projects, opening the first multicultural community center for a year, producing the programming for the Colorado Latino Festival, and helping draft and shape Longmont Downtown's strategic plan that you just passed. Today, we are here to support the idea of a sanctuary city for the city of Longmont, a city that it is ahead in Latino population in comparison with the rest of Boulder County, the state of Colorado, and national statistics. A city that has incorporated new values to city employees, including leadership and innovation. A city that promotes the slogan, "You belong in Longmont," since 2016, with the message, "Longmont is the ideal city for people who value traditions of family and community, a forward-looking mentality, and easy access to the recreational, cultural, educational, and business opportunities that define the Colorado lifestyles." This is from your website. It is my hope that the City Council not only adopts the term of sanctuary, but that they stand strong along with their city messages and expectations of others by becoming a model for the entire city and beyond. The city of Longmont has an unfortunate history with Latinos and other minorities. However, right now is their time to stand on the right side of the history. Undocumented individuals and their families live in fear in the city of Longmont, here in the city of Longmont. You can support our families by claiming the city as a sanctuary city that provides the message of solidarity towards our community, protection of underserved populations, and practice of human rights. Thank you very much.
Mayor, council members, my name is Marty Moore, and my gender pronouns are she, her, and hers. I live at 1573 Northwestern Road here in Longmont. I'm executive director of Out Boulder County. I am also from a pioneer family. My family settled in Boulder County in the late 1800s. I am from a family of farmers, ranchers, and coal miners. The Moore family farm stood in the city of Longmont for well over 100 years. So I know that the people of Longmont take care of each other and themselves. As an out lesbian, I left my home state of Colorado in the mid-1980s because who I was wasn't acceptable to those who loved me nor the government that served me. It took 30 years for me to get back home, and I'm home now, and I want to help make this community a place that no one has to leave because of their sexual orientation, their gender identity, their religious beliefs, or their immigration status. I'm proud to call Longmont home. Longmont is a really great place. Tonight, many of us are here to ask you, the council, to send the proposed ordinance to your smart and ethical staff for review. Standing before you as the executive director of Out Boulder County, I can report that many in the LGBTQ community who live in Longmont support Longmont becoming a sanctuary city. There are a number of reasons for this, including the fact that we too have a history of not reporting crimes due to the fear of police and a history of retaliation that included actions that could result in losing your job, losing your children, losing your family, and losing your standing in the community. I am of that age. Crimes I witnessed went unreported because of these personal fears. Additionally, there are LGBT members in our community that have come here due to the discrimination and fear they face in their home countries. One must only watch the news to know there are horrific things happening in the world right now to LGBT people who are being tortured and murdered for simply being gay. People come to us here in Longmont for safety, and we need to provide that to them. The issue of sanctuary city is certainly controversial. I personally think the most controversial part of it is based in racism. But separate from that, I think there are concerns that need to be addressed and examined by your staff. I do think that once your staff reviews this proposed ordinance, they will report back to you that we are not asking the city of Longmont to break any federal laws, nor to risk any funding. On behalf of those I serve and those I love, please find it within yourself tonight to direct your staff to review the proposed ordinance. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your service to the city of Longmont.
Linda Arts.
Linda, are you Linda? Okay. Linda Arts. Okay. The next five are Susan Hidalgo, Faring, Kathy Jarrett, Daniel Martin, James Kensworthy, Kimberly Gibbs, and Stephanie Sandelin. If you could all come down this way. And is Linda not here? Okay.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Susan Hidalgo Faring. I live at 1601 24th Avenue. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a public school educator, a member of the Colorado Education Association Ethnic Minority Advisory Council, and an active member of the National Education Association Hispanic Caucus. My work has included social justice advocacy and the organization of action plans, providing cultural proficiency trainings throughout the state, building culturally responsive environments in schools and communities throughout the state. And I'm also a trained DACA clinic provider, as well as proud DACA and DAPA, Deferred Action for Parents of American Citizens, supporter. I'm here before you tonight speaking as an individual. I am a fellow resident, a resident of Longmont. As a person who's witnessed firsthand the fear and heartbreak residents in our community deal with on a daily basis, feelings that are now only intensified under our current political climate. I'd like to share with you an example of this heartbreak my dear friends and family had experienced back in 2011 when ICE, a friend was reported, and ICE had detained him. He was the couple had been in the United States for 10 years prior. He had been working as a contractor, independent contractor. He's a family man, father of 3. During a dispute over pay, he was reported to ICE. There he was detained out of state with his court in New Mexico, with court proceedings occurring in Nevada. It made it impossible for the mother and her children to attend these court proceedings. As I'm connecting with colleagues throughout the nation, we're finding that these stories are happening again and again, where they are separating families for a long period of time. He was detained in New Mexico for almost a year before I assisted the family with the Mexican consulate and immigration attorneys, and what we were able to work out was a swifter deportation. The children were born and raised here. This was their country, the only country they knew. Their experience isn't unusual. We have families and individuals in our community living in fear for their safety, fear of being separated from their children, fearful for the future of their children. I'm here to give a voice to those who are too frightened to speak. I'm here for my students, my families, my friends, my neighbors. I'm here to finally speak up for the Alvarado family, my friends, and others just like them in the same situation. It is my belief that as we wait for the federal government to come up with a comprehensive immigration policy that does not intimidate, cross lines, or even violate human and civil rights laws, we as a caring community can support the policy and compassion of inclusivity. What the title of Sanctuary City means is that our
once
community...
your red light's on, you're...
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Let me repeat again the names that folks that should be coming down: Kathy Jarrett, Daniel Martin, James Kenworthy, Kimberly Gibbs, Stephanie Sandlin. And then following that group is Jessica Gutierrez, Maria Madrid, Anna Morales, Frank Kogan, and Bob Askey. So, Kathy, go ahead.
I'm Kathy Jarrett. I live at 1532 Stewart Street in Longmont. I've lived in Longmont since 1971. I'm here to oppose Longmont being named a sanctuary city. The principal at stake here is, are we a nation under law or a nation under men? Laws are meant to protect the citizens who made them and live under them, not to protect those who break the laws. Entering this country illegally or overstaying a visa is against the law. If we are not a nation under law, we will have either anarchy or tyranny. The Pew Foundation reports that in 2014, 3.5% of the people in America were illegal immigrants. In 2015, illegal immigrants committed 18% of the drug crime, 30% of kidnapping and hostage-taking, 75% of drug possession, and 5% of murders, vastly over their proportion of the population. In 2001 and through 2004, 27% of the federal prison population was made up of this group. 13% of the crimes in the U.S. were by this group. 22% of the murders from 2003 to 2009 were committed by illegal immigrants. 25,100 and 25,064 murders out of 115,717. Recently in Denver, a man was at a light rail station. He was killed by an illegal alien who was released from a Denver jail after less than an hour's notice to ICE. In San Francisco, a young woman was killed in front of her father by a man who had been deported 5 times. Are we willing to take perhaps any one of the 7 million plus people in the world into our community, or only certain ones? I ask you not to make us a sanctuary city, but to keep us a nation under law and respect the laws of this country. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, my name is Daniel Martin. I live at 2063 Falcon Drive in Longmont. I've lived there since 2001 when I moved in. I've enjoyed the city of Longmont. Most recently, I've enjoyed your good work, very good work, in providing us with the next light, fiber optics. That's a wonderful thing. So I thank each one of you for the support and the planning that went with that. So anyone here like the next slide? Okay. Forgive me for that hand clap. I'm sorry. But see, we can get together and we can agree. I've got nothing against nobody, okay? And that's a double negative, I know. But I've had good experiences with a diverse community here. That being said, we all said, or at least most of us, when this meeting started, we saluted that flag and pledged allegiance to it. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Liberty, that just means freedom, but freedom does not mean free for all. The St. Vrain School District was just in here tonight saying how their funds were being minimized, how hard it was for them. Okay, that's true. If you offer something for free, you're going to have a lot of takers. Justice. Justice under the law for all. Equal justice, not special justice, not justice by looking the other way because someone is a protected group. As you can probably tell, I am advising, begging the City Council to follow the law. Don't make any special laws. We're going to be fine. Your job, yes, it's your job, to keep us all safe, to fix the streets, to keep things in order. We're not here to do social experiments. The city of Boulder is a sanctuary city. The county of Boulder has declared itself a sanctuary county. Isn't that enough? Do we have to follow along in lockstep? Are we not happy? Are we not happy? Apparently not. Well, anyone who's not happy in Longmont is free to go to the city of Boulder, all right? Anyone who's not happy in the city of Longmont, well, maybe they'll be happier if they took in an immigrant that's here undocumented. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Santos.
Real quick, Jim, sorry to interrupt. Sorry for being late. My daughter had a concert. My family comes first, but I will go back and watch all the other, prior to Jim, go back and watch everybody. So, thank you for understanding.
James Kenworthy, 107 Caribou Place. I'm all for the sanctuary city idea, but I didn't come here to talk about that, so let's switch gears just for a little bit. I want to talk about RTD. RTD will save $134 million in reduced interest payments. That's not cash in hand, but that is $6 million a year. $6 million a year will pay for a lot of fares. Longmont citizens have paid, I don't know how much, I couldn't find an exact figure. Hundreds of millions of dollars is what I found. So does anybody know how much it is? How much? 400 million?
40, no, 40.
40?
Yeah.
Only 40 million. Wow. Who wants to ride through Boulder to get to Denver? Who expects to live long enough to see light rail in Longmont? Stop dreaming. The city should propose that Longmont citizens ride to Fort Collins, Boulder, and to the B Line in Westminster free of charge. The city doesn't pay. The citizens don't pay. We've already paid. Think of it as interest on the loan. We're loaning RTD money and we're getting nothing. Bus service will have several benefits. People will get to commute. The air will be cleared in several ways. Less wear and tear on the pavement. The car stays in the garage. People save money, and people don't have to drive that frustrating route down to Denver. Is anybody frustrated driving around I-25? Seek legal counsel. Yes. Does RTD want an audit? I would guess not. If we get some service now, no audit. Explore possibilities. Transit now. Why wait? The prisons that are holding, okay, that's all about RTD. The prisons that are holding all those immigrants are for profit. It's the corporate system. That's why those prisons are full. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. My name is Kimberly Gibbs. I live at 7468 Mount Sherman Road in Gun Barrel. I'm here to speak on behalf of Citizens for Quiet Skies. And I think a few of our supporters are here. I invite you to raise your hand or stand up just to show your support for our request tonight. For several years, we have been asking you to regulate airport activities, including skydiving, to address the noise problem and the nuisance that's created from the skydiving operations. And for several years, we've been hearing that the airport authority is preempted by federal law. It's been very frustrating to many of us who live under the blanket of noise around Longmont and in unincorporated areas. Many of us feel like the deck is stacked against us. Fortunately, Congressman Polis has been a strong supporter of our efforts. He has drafted an amendment to the FAA reauthorization that explicitly grants local control over airport operations. This is an example of changing a law. Ingrid Moore pointed out earlier, talked about it earlier and explained the amendment, and you've also received it in an email. But basically, it gives you the authority to restrict the number and type of airport operations occurring at the airport. This is a simple law that's very powerful, and it would restore local control. It also requires community input, and it prevents the FAA from suspending federal funds for any rules that you or regulations that you adopt. We're asking for your support for this amendment, and additionally, we're asking you to officially take a stand and urge Congressman Buck to co-sponsor this amendment. This is a very important piece of legislation that will empower general aviation airports across the country. And finally, as you can see, people are very concerned about many issues that affect our everyday lives. They include environmental, social justice. We do need local control. We need laws that serve the people. None of us can afford to be passive bystanders anymore. And you can't afford to be passive bystanders either. We should be far more concerned about doing what's right rather than blindly following any law. Thank you.
Stephanie Sandlian? And just before you start, the following people should be making their way down. Jessica, oh, you want to have a break?
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd actually move that we take like a 5-minute break before you give your remarks to use the restroom and stretch our legs so we can continue paying attention.
That's probably a great idea. Let's take a 5-minute break because we've been here for 2 hours. Come on, Scott. could everybody please take their seats or take your discussions outside?
Excuse me?
I could just picture you at home eating popcorn, watching TV. Oh no! Laughing.
Okay. Everybody, please settle down and let's continue
Okay,
with public
the
invited
next
to be heard.
the next person up, excuse me just a minute. The next person up is Stephanie Sandlian. Then it's followed by the following 5 people. If you could start moving your way down. Jessica Gutierrez, Maria Madrid, Anna Morales, Frank Kogan, and Bob Askey. So go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you. Mayor Coombs and Council, my name is Stephanie Sandlian. I live at 24 12th Avenue, Longmont.
Yeah.
If you want anyone to believe that any of our laws are important, you have to stop sending the message through words or actions that our federal laws are not important. I urge you to take this opportunity to nip this in the bud and send the message loud and clear by not even entertaining the idea that all of our laws are important by cooperating fully with federal agents and agencies. I urge you to not even entertain making Longmont a sanctuary city. And apparently it matters the length of time we're in Longmont. So I was born in Longmont United Hospital 53 years ago. Thank you.
Okay, the following people should be down close. Jessica Gutierrez, you're next. Then Maria Madrid, Anna Morales, Frank Kagan, and Bob Askey. So is Jessica here? Okay, how about Maria? Maria Madrid? Anna Morales? Some of these folks have gone home. Is Anna Morales here? There's a microphone going on out there. So, Frank Kogan?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi. Mayor, council members, thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in the process. My name is Frank Kogan. I live at 1351 15th Avenue here in Longmont. We've heard a variety of poignant voices about this issue tonight and about the airport issue, which I believe in too. But I'm going to speak about Sanctuary City. I'd like to add a quick few remarks from another perspective. If you Google the history of Longmont, the entry which appears contains the following. Longmont was the first planned community in Boulder County. With the construction of the Colorado Central Railroad in 1877, the town prospered. Newer large-scale agricultural industries were set up in the region, mostly along the railroad and the rivers. Agriculture attracted numerous immigrants from such countries as Sweden, Germany, Russia, Mexico, and Japan, and the city thrived. Many of them labored on the farms and gradually merged with the town's population to give it a multiracial dimension. It cannot be denied that our historical diversity and inclusiveness has been and continues to be a vital aspect of our community. And I hope and respectfully request that the City Council will consider a sanctuary city ordinance to further our proud reputation, identity, and commitment as a compassionate and caring city. Thank you.
Bob Askey will be next, followed by Kimberly Renard, Michelle Pullock, Amy Fontenot, Jeff Sigley, and Alex Peardo. So, Mr. Askey, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Bob Askey, and I live at 1624 16th Place. I've been a resident since 1966. I sat over there in Gabe's chair for a while as city council member, 1976. Sat in Dennis's chair for a while, mayor in 1980. My picture's up there on the wall. Unfortunately, it's kind of the left to the geezer section, but okay. I earned my $125 a month as mayor by being mentally sharp. And I think that you all can recognize some obvious things. Shoplifting is against the law. Murder is against the law. Coming into the United States without proper documentary is against the law. Sanctuary cities harbor illegal aliens. This is against federal law. Longmont is jeopardizing federal funding, foolishly, recklessly, dangerously jeopardizing any funding from the federals by passing a resolution or law that is against federal law. City Council has no business, no authority meddling with federal law. Thank you.
Okay, Kimberly is up next. Kimberly Renard, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Renard. I live at 1604 Fleming Drive here in Longmont. I'm a homeowner. Mayor Coombs and the council, thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion in regard to sanctuary city policy being considered. I'd first like to say that I support legal immigrants in our community. I believe our city is welcoming and supporting of immigrants, but I do have a few things that I'd like to point out. I believe sanctuary cities breed disrespect for the rule of law. When police are told by politicians running the city to look the other way at illegal immigration, what message does that send? If elected officials can turn their backs on laws they dislike, where does it stop? Am I free to ignore laws that I disagree with? Democratic self-government presupposes fidelity to the law, even when one disagrees with it. Where it otherwise self-government would dissolve into anarchy. All are free to attempt to change the law by making their case to the electorate. We are not free to just disregard the law. Because sanctuary cities facilitate and encourage illegal immigration, they are unfair to legal immigrants who wait in line, follow the rules, and show respect for the law. Sanctuary cities impose costs on their legal residents that they should not have to bear. Tax dollars that should go to benefit legal citizens go instead to underwrite hospital, police, fire, education services for those who are not entitled to be here in the first place, not to mention the loss of federal funds due to noncompliance of the law. This places an unfair burden on the tax-paying public who will be forced to make up the funds lost due to the noncompliance. Sanctuary cities burden and endanger our police officers who put their lives on the line repeatedly, rearresting offenders who have been deported the first time a crime was committed, who have not been deported the first time a crime has been committed. In sanctuary cities, anyone can enter illegally, commit a crime, and then be released back into the general population, regardless of the fact that they've entered this country illegally. They can go on to commit other crimes without risk of deportation. I'd like to remind the council every sanctuary city and municipality is breaking the law. I would also hold that any local official who actively defies federal law be liable for crimes committed in their cities by illegal immigrants. Our citizens and legal immigrants deserve better than for you to pander to lawbreakers. I hope that all these things will be considered before labeling our community a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Michelle Bullock.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing what I have to say. I wear red tonight, not for sanctuary cities, but for the innocent blood of my daughter, shed in such an unnecessary loss of life. She had worked so hard in school, college, and law school, and was just starting to enjoy her life with her boyfriend and her rescue dog. She was tragically killed in a crosswalk in Denver by an illegal immigrant who had been deported once before and re-entered. We suspect he was driving under the influence. He had a DUI back in 2014, along with a false reporting charge in 2013. I'm not against sanctuary cities. I feel nothing but love, kindness, and compassion for all human beings and feel the voices of all people who are victims of crimes and injustice. And my daughter would want all of those to be heard, whether they're legal or illegal, whether they're LGBT, straight. Everyone needs love and kindness. Where I find injustice is not reporting these crimes to the proper authorities. Our police department is supposed to serve and protect the people and families in their jurisdiction. I would like to address a newspaper article on March 22nd from Boulder of this year, where Boulder County declined to honor 6 ICE detainers requested and they released back into the community these individuals from 6 cases involving illegal immigrants, 3 being held for assault charges, 2 on drug charges, and 1 on a burglary charge. And that was on March 22nd. I can tell you I'm not an expert on criminal law. However, I see this as a gross injustice to the people that our sheriff and police department, who are called to serve and protect, that they let this happen. I look at the justice system and how prisoners can't vote if they are incarcerated, and I truly feel if the illegal immigrants want to stay in this country, they need to abide by the laws of the country that they have come into. If they have a criminal record, they must be reported to ICE. Someone needs to keep track of these violations. I know in talking with Joan Peck that some of the violations are minor, and that would have to be something that's determined by cooperating with the police and sheriff's department and ICE. I see I'm running out of time, and I seen in the paper yesterday where they talked about a need for an official policy of non-cooperation with federal authorities seeking the identities and possible deportation of undocumented immigrants living in Longmont. And I'm asking for non-cooperation seems like such a critical error in judgment. I would be asking for cooperation to work things out so families of these undocumented workers aren't disrupted. Let's take care of those with multiple offenses and felonies and then start working with the undocumented who are helping our society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Fontenot?
Hi, I'm Amy Fontenot. I live at 1008 Gay Street. Mayor Coombs, council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know this is a huge endurance test for you, and I truly appreciate your time and attention. I actually wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I was just going to come wearing red. But I happen to have spent this day with more than 100 children under 5 years of age. Many of them were the children, sons and daughters of undocumented immigrants. It doesn't matter why I was lucky to spend this time with these young people today, because what moved me to speak tonight is simply a matter of my humanity, not my profession. A lot of very important points in support of making our city a sanctuary city have already been made tonight. I don't want to reiterate any of this. What I want to share is just a direct quote from one of the kids that I was with today. I wasn't talking about sanctuary cities or anything political. I was asking the question, what can we do, all of us in our everyday, to take care of this one planet we all share? That was my question. And this child raised her hand, and in her second language she said, "Be nice." So as my neighbor, Miss Marquez, said, I didn't know she was my neighbor, but I like how we're sharing our addresses. The term sanctuary just means a safe place, a refuge. I know it's a really complicated issue, and it's obviously very emotional. But why would Longmont not want to be a safe place? That's my question for you.
Jeff, Siglee.
Hi, my name's Jeff Sigley. I live on Diamond Drive here.
You may have to lift that mic up so we can hear you.
Mayor Coombs and Council, thank you for letting us speak tonight. I'd like to start by saying that I respect all people, including those who have legally immigrated here, including my relatives, the ones that weren't Native Americans. I helped a co-worker with the citizenship process myself, who was a friend of mine, so it's important to me. I am concerned, though, if we don't honor and respect federal law, which pertains to immigration law, or all laws. We're a nation of laws, whether we like them or not. I believe we need to get all communities working together for the safety of our community, but not by rejecting the rule of law. We need to have people feel safe enough that they can approach law enforcement through other manners. If we don't respect these laws, then which other ones will we ignore? Property taxes? That might get a little bit of applause. Or just the ones that we don't like. Immigration needs to be fixed in proper legislative manners, not by disregarding laws. We're a nation of laws, and without borders, we are not a nation. So please do not support the idea of Longmont becoming a sanctuary city. And if I can touch briefly on one other topic regarding the rezoning of Pike Road and Hover, which I believe was a topic for tonight. I'm a resident of that area, and I think we've all seen traffic increase dramatically over the last few years. While I recognize the council's desire for affordable housing, and we've seen quite a bit built recently, it's apparent from traveling our community and commuting that traffic has increased quite a bit. And we have a number of large, high-density residential areas in process or recently completed. The impact has included Pike Road traffic, which is now a major thoroughfare through from 287 to Hover. What is the traffic plan? I'm not sure. How many more of these large, high-density complexes are we going to allow? I believe it's really impacting our city negatively. I think Longmont is changing dramatically for the worse, so please leave the zoning of that area as it is, not changing it to high density. Thank you very much.
Alexis Perdo? Gotta leave? Okay. The next five then are Bruce Wilson, Dan Panitas, Marianne Rigai, Rosie Jacobson, and Michael Belmont. Bruce Wilson? Go ahead.
My name is Bruce Wilson. I live at 2108 Calais Drive, Longmont, Colorado. What I'm hearing tonight is a lot of good people looking for some clarity and leadership on a very emotional and complex issue. It's emotional to me. I've been working for 20 plus years with an associate and friends to try to navigate the immigration system, and I can tell you how complex it is. It's one thing to say, well, why don't you just come here legally? If you look at the Ellis Island website, it was almost impossible to come here illegally until the mid-1900s. All you had to do was prove that you didn't have tuberculosis and you had some sort of a skill. I'm not a historian, but I believe the first quotas were put in place to limit the Irish, the Polish, or the Italians and control the flow of immigrants and immigration to the United States. Since that time, that quota system has become more complex, more political, and more confusing each and every year. It's another thing to say that we have a system that promotes fairness and consistency. I love the idea, well, why doesn't everybody stand in line and come here legally? You got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, 24 hours. You play hockey, 24 hours. Maybe you don't have quite those skills, or you're from a different country. It might be infinity. It might be years and years and years. And that's what's contributing to our problem here in the United States. The system is broken. The administration of the system is broken. My suggestion is, as we work from the bottom up, is I've listened to Congress for 16 years under two administrations, Republican and Democrat, say they were going to fix immigration. I've listened to politicians run for re-election saying they're going to fix immigration. It ain't happened, and I don't know that it's going to happen in the next 16 years, and we'll stand here year after year after year and debate this. I would ask the city of Longmont to organize other cities and demand that our congressmen and our senators come here and tell us what their policy is and what they're willing to stand for.
Dan Pontus, thank you.
My name's Dan Pontus. I'm at 2116 Calais, and I have 3 quick points I'd like to make. I don't think that anybody in the room who's in favor of the sanctuary city believes that we're trying to protect criminals. That's a fallacy. So my suggestion or my comment tonight would be, if you want the city council to consider sanctuary city, draw up a document that explains exactly what it is you'd like them to see. If you go online and read about the sanctuary cities and see what documents are out there, none of them say the same thing. So make it clear, make your voice heard. And if you did that tonight with your document, then that's great. You know, you got that taken care of. If not, please, like I say, make it clear. In response to the guy who brought up the Mayflower Pact, nobody who stepped off the Mayflower was asked 10 years to do that.
You need to be speaking to the mic. You're speaking to us, not to the audience.
I wanted the audience to hear the fact that nobody who stepped off the Mayflower was asked 10 years to wait for that privilege to do that. The last comment I want to make this evening is there was a comment made tonight that if you're not happy about living in the city of Longmont, maybe you should take in an illegal immigrant. So write this down. My name is Dan Pontus. I live at 2116 Calais Drive. If you're an illegal immigrant or an illegal immigrant, if you're a city of Longmont, if you're gay, if you're straight, if you're marginalized, if you need a place to stay, write that address down. Knock on that door. I will give you guys a place to stay, each and every one of you. You, your family, your kids, or your friends. Knock on that door. And if you need a phone number after the meeting's over tonight, look me up. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, let's just remind everybody that we're not cheering for anybody.
I do not see Mary Ann here any longer. Rosie Jacobson?
Mayor, members of council, my name is Rosie Jacobson. I live at 920 Confidence Drive. I'm strongly in favor of sanctuary status. But before I begin my prepared remarks, I just wanted to make it clear that it is not illegal to live in the United States without papers. All this talk about abiding by the law, I can't help it, but what came to me was let he who is without sin cast the first stone. People who don't pay taxes or people who have certain driving offenses, those are crimes. We don't call them illegal, and we don't call for their deportation. Now, as the gentleman mentioned, there's a lot of confusion about what a sanctuary city is and is not, and it will be very important for you and your staff to parse through the words of the ordinance that has been prepared. But what I would say is that becoming a sanctuary city simply means that the city of Longmont will not put time and resources into doing ICE's work for them. ICE is a federal program, and it's responsible for doing its own work. It's got its own budget to do that. Sanctuary city status will break the link between our police force and ICE, so our residents will know in no uncertain terms that they can trust our police force to protect us without regard to their immigration status. Today, our residents are so mistrustful of people in positions of authority that some are actually not taking their kids to school. They're not going to doctors. They're not reporting crimes, which makes all of us less safe. This is intolerable, not just from a human standpoint, but also because undocumented people pay taxes. They're entitled to city services. It's important to codify Longmont's policy of welcoming immigrants. The policy is a good one, but it's just that, a policy.
We need to spell out what actions are allowed and disallowed. If we truly welcome immigrants, we should spell it out in an ordinance. I'd also say that the ordinance does not violate federal law, and it does not prevent the police from responding to actual threats in our community. So standing up for one group's civil rights is standing up for us all. So please do the right thing and direct this ordinance to your staff for further review. And thank you.
Thank you. Michael Belmont, I guess, is next.
After Michael will be Suzanne Weeble, Ray Beauvais, Sherry Malloy, Marta Lockman, and Walter Engelhart. Mr. Belmont?
I am indeed Michael Belmont. I live at 841 Tenacity Drive. Thank you for this evening and hanging in. I just want to say, if you do your research, you'll find that the two cities with the highest immigrant population in the U.S., El Paso and San Diego, have the lowest crime rates. It's interesting statistic. But we can learn from the past, when at times we have shamefully denigrated ethnic and immigrant groups, and recall that in every case, when once allowed to assimilate, those immigrants have brought great value and contributions to our culture. Names like Tesla, Einstein, Albright, Heifetz, and Muir come to mind. The irony is that we are all immigrants or descendants thereof. The notion of sanctuary city affirms and protects the very basis of the American ideal of liberty and justice for all. So I'd like to celebrate that and support it by sharing an original song with you. I fought the British crown, I gave my good green Irish blood, when liberty for all was just a fragile virgin bud. I drove the spikes in hard steel rails with calloused Asian hand that moved your goods and families across this mighty land. And I stood tall because this country sheltered me, and I gave my all to the land they call the free. But now they want to close the door, uproot the family tree. Had we started out that way, pushed the foreigner away, tell me where would we now be today? I gave you science you then used to win the Great War too. Discovered many medicines that saved more than a few. I gladly do the work that you are not inclined to do. And I obey the laws and pay my tax when it comes due. And I stand tall because this country shelters me. And I give my all to this bastion of the free. So if you choose to slam the door, uproot the family tree. Since we started out the same, each from immigrants we came, you will slam the door on both you and me. For our greatness comes from great diversity. Appreciate your time and efforts, Council.
Next is Suzanne Weeble.
Is it Weibel?
Hi, that's a hard act to follow. I'm Suzanne Webbel, 5735 Prospect Road, just west of Longmont. And I certainly wasn't expecting such a big crowd tonight, but we actually have a lot in common. And I think the common threads between what I came to talk about and sanctuary cities are, sanctuary cities is about cities making their own laws and regulations about the well-being of their residents. FAA reauthorization is about cities making their own laws and regulations about the well-being of their residents. I've been involved with Vance Brand airport issues since 1996. Airport traffic and noise and nuisance have increased dramatically in 20 years. The best Longmont has been able to come up with through several airport management plans is voluntary noise abatement. The skies west of Longmont are like the Wild West, though, right now. When you have a Wild West operator like Mile High Skydiving dominating the skies over all of us, voluntary noise abatement doesn't work. So you, the airport owner, need to be able to take control of this airport and its tenants. You now have the opportunity to enable citizens to participate in ensuring the quality of their lives. You now have that opportunity, a bipartisan proposal, when reauthorizing the FAA to give you back your power over this airport. The airport is in Congressman Ken Buck's district. Please urge Congressman Buck to support this legislation. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Ray Bove? Or
First, I have to compliment you on pronouncing my last name correctly. That's a rare occasion for me. My name is Ray Bove. I live at 5735 Prospect Road. I want to thank all of you in the council and the mayor in particular for spending endless hours listening to citizens, hearing people's comments, listening and acting on the ideas that people present. I think when I come here, it always strikes me, this is democracy. This is how we all move forward. Tonight, I want to talk to you about the airport noise. Since there's been so much talk about the sanctuary cities, I want to say I also support that. But my primary purpose for being here tonight is to talk about the airport noise. As others have mentioned, it seems that there's a unique opportunity at this moment for the City Council to actually suggest to Representative Ken Buck that he co-author an amendment to the FAA authorization, giving localities like the City of Longmont the ability to implement their own regulations about noise and other aspects of running their own airport. This seems like a very logical, natural, highly desirable state of affairs. And for once, here's an opportunity to do something to help with all the noise problems that we hear about endlessly, that I hear constantly every weekend, certainly all summer long, and do so in a way that doesn't pit the City of Longmont against the FAA. This would be a part of the FAA's reauthorization. You would not have to worry about them taking away funding from the City of Longmont because the plan includes the fact that they wouldn't be allowed to do that. So I would like to strongly urge you to push Representative Buck, since he's the representative for this area, to support this. Thank you very much.
Jerry Malloy?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Sherry Malloy, 2113 Rangeview Lane. I'm here to comment on two issues before you tonight. First, I join many others to support an ordinance designating Longmont as a sanctuary city. Ours is a country of immigrants with a long, proud history of providing safe refuge for those seeking freedom and opportunity. Walls, bans, roundups, and divisive politics don't represent these core American values we all hold dear. We can't and won't be silent while some at the top target the most vulnerable among us. Our city's motto behind you says, "You belong in Longmont." Designating Longmont a sanctuary city puts that logo into action and reassures people who are feeling unwelcome, unwanted, and unsupported. Similarly, I will speak on the proposed amendment denying people their protected free speech rights by prohibiting them from using medians to hold signs depicting their sad circumstances. Violators could be fined up to $500 or serve a 90-day jail sentence or both. Yikes. It's hard for all of us to see people out asking for money. It makes us uncomfortable. We pretend we don't see them and avoid eye contact. We're embarrassed and ashamed for them, being so desperate and putting their need before their pride. We don't like to think that's someone's son, daughter, brother, or mother. We don't like to think that could be us but for the grace of God. But we can't get rid of everything we don't like to see. And let's be honest, this amendment is not because we're concerned for their safety. If we were truly concerned for their safety, we wouldn't be talking. We would be talking about how we could help these marginalized people, 80% of whom have very sad stories and untreated serious mental health concerns. We'd be talking about shelters, permanent housing, wraparound services, support services like mental health, addiction treatment, job readiness, and so on. While I was in Stockholm, Sweden a couple years ago, I asked a taxi driver why I wasn't seeing anyone who appeared to be homeless or panhandling. He said, "It would be a national shame in Sweden to have people living on the streets." Selfishly, I don't want you to make it harder for me to feel a little better by giving to these needy people money. Yes, I'm one of the enablers. I give because it makes me feel better. I give because I want to challenge myself to see what's difficult, to look these folks in the eye, smile, and say something kind. I give because my 22-year-old brother died of alcoholism, self-medicating, just as many out there in all kinds of weathers might be doing with the meager money they earn. And I mean earn. I don't care what they do with the money I give them. It's none of my business, and not anyone else's. Logistically, it's difficult to give when people are at corners because they are on the passenger side. That's why they stand in the median. It's easier. These people are members of our community. Judging and punishing them serves no one. Likewise, immigrants are members of our community also. Both deserve our support. So this is a defining moment for Longmont. Are we going to be a supportive and compassionate city? Please do so. Thank you.
Martha Lokeman, and then Walter Engelhardt, and then Wynn Engelhardt.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's Martha Lokeman. I am a resident here in Longmont Lanyon Lane. I'm a property owner, and I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a voter. And so that's the hats that I'm wearing this evening. There's so many issues. This is one of those big ones that you all ran on and committed to listen to constituents about and put all the issues on the table. So that's going to be a really amazing process. Longmont as a city has 30% Latino Hispanic demographic. So that means that truly 30% of our community were either directly or indirectly affected by our undocumented population. Those are people in our community who are families, they're our neighbors, they're our students. And we're professionals that serve every day in the city of Longmont and around Boulder County. It's been clear tonight that there's immense misinformation about what this topic really is and what the terms of criminality and the questions around criminality are examples of how far off base the community is. And that is an excellent opportunity for City Council to stand up now and really do some investigation. So I really want to just urge City Council to go back to staff and begin a conversation and to make a commitment to do some research and investigate ways to keep all residents safe in sensitive areas. And sensitive areas is actually a legal piece that protects our community in schools, churches, and hospitals. I'm a big quote reader, and so, there were so many different things to talk about tonight. I'm just going to read a quick quote. "When a stranger sojourns with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. You shall treat the stranger who sojourns with you as the native among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God." Leviticus 19:33-34. Thank you for listening. Thank you for participating in this very important conversation.
Thank you.
So, next is Walter Engelhardt, then Wynn Engelhardt, followed by Strider Benston, Scott Stewart, Chris Alsup, and Kyle Holzman. Mr. Engelhardt?
My name is Walt Engelhardt. I live at 10650 Yellowstone Road, Longmont. My parents are immigrants. My mother came in from Ellis Island, and my father came in from San Francisco. They came here because they were invited and they had skills. So I guess you could say I'm a long-term resident of Longmont, Colorado. I'm against the sanctuary city idea for Longmont because first, sanctuary cities can often lead to higher crime rates. There are many instances where crime rates went up in sanctuary cities. There are certainly stats on both sides that reflect both sides of the issue. I could cite many instances of increased crime rates, but time does not permit. The Pew Foundation was cited earlier that illegal immigrants were 3.5% of the United States population in 2014. The FBI and Government Accounting Office show that from 2003 and 2009, there were 115,717 murders in the U.S., with 25,064 of them committed by illegal aliens. That is 22% of the murderers, which is more than 6 times their fraction of the population. Close to home, an illegal in Denver, after being released from jail, shot and killed Ted Cruz at an RTD railway station in February this year. Allowing illegals to come into our community and city not only threatens our safety, it puts more of a burden on our police force and sheriff and our court system. It puts a burden on the infrastructure of our school system, bigger classroom sizes and more teachers, thus raising our local taxes. Unscrupulous businessmen hiring undocumented workers, paying them under the table, thus the workers avoiding paying taxes. I'm against the Longmont sanctuary city idea. I believe it is the duty of our city officials to provide for the safety of its citizens. It is also our duty to see that our infrastructure remains stable and not overtaxed. Thank you for your time, council members.
Lynn Engelhardt?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm glad to be here and have this opportunity. I'm a compassionate and caring person. I do not have anything against anyone. I take people as they are, but I feel Americans in the U.S. are rightly disturbed and afraid of the large numbers of illegal aliens that are coming into our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or illegal immigrants. Public services they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. We are burdened also with all the so-called free entitlements we are paying for. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to allow the abuse of our immigration law. Many of the immigrants coming from other countries do not want to accept our Constitution or religious beliefs, but change our country to the same system of laws that they are obliged to obey. This USA is not a nation that needs to be transformed. Immigrants in the past came here for a better life that they were glad to procure for themselves and their children by hard work and freedoms, not because they would receive entitlements by our government or try to change the country in any way. I feel we need a type of Ellis Island again to vet those who want to enter our country. Thank you very much.
Strider Benston and then Scott Stewart.
Sorry, I forgot to wear red. I'm Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. The southern side of my family has been here for 14 generations. You know some of their names, although no one has ever asked me. The Norwegian side probably came in through Chicago. I don't think any of them had papers. 52 years ago, I was on the bridge in Selma, Alabama. I've spent my whole life fighting for human rights, civil rights, and voting rights. Up in front of me was Albert Turner. He got beaten down as I did that day. 10 years later, he was prosecuted by our Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, for the crime of bringing elderly black people from the county into Marion to register to vote. Falsely prosecuted. And his wife, Evelyn. Coretta Scott King grew up in that town, and she wrote a letter dealing with him being suggested as a federal judge. And while Senator Warren was reading her letter, Mitch McConnell jumped up and screamed, basically, sit down and shut up. You have no right to speak on the floor of the United States Senate if you're going to quote Coretta Scott King. That is the kind of country we have recently created. In the 1920s, the Ku Klux Klan took over the state of Colorado primarily to get rid of Italians. Because, why? They were Catholics. One of the illegal immigrants you've heard of, his name is Sidney Poitier. There are a lot of people you don't think in terms of or about. Victor Hugo wrote a book called The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Esmeralda was legally going to be burned at the stake by the mob. Burn the witch, burn the witch. Esmeralda. He rescued her and brought her into a sanctuary. Back then it was called the church. We need comprehensive immigration laws, which the Congress has refused to even talk about for the last 20 years. Thank you.
Scott Stewart.
Mayor Combs, City Council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street. Hi again. I've lived in Longmont for almost 20 years. Over this short time, I have witnessed many changes to the growth of the city. Some good, some maybe not so good. Depends on your viewpoint. The airport and its growth are my concern tonight. Years ago, there were a few planes coming and going. It was kind of quaint. Today, the activity is much different. What will the activity be like in 20 years? The decisions you make affect that. The airport is touted as an economic driver for the city. It's hard to find actually hard numbers that back up these claims. Some numbers are arrived at by estimates, and then they add multipliers. It's hard to look at these numbers without questioning their accuracy and how the impact on the end numbers. The hard numbers show that the airport survives, but doesn't really thrive. Federal and state money is used to subsidize improvements and maintenance, about 95%. This money comes with strings and takes many of the controls away from the city that owns the airport. These strings stretch far into the future and will affect this community for years. There must be a way to own the airport, pay for it ourselves, stop taking money with conditions that leaves us without control over what happens over our homes. Think hard about the decisions you make dealing with the airport. They will affect this town for generations. Thank you.
Chris Alsop, followed by Kyle Hulsman. Okay. And are you Kyle? Come on now. After Kyle will be Craig Kuhn, Oscar Juarez Luna, Juan Juarez Luna, Patty McCarty, and Laura Soda.
Mayor, City Council, thanks for having me. Always appreciate the late night, multiple hour sessions, so thanks for being here with us. So I wanted to address the sanctuary city policy and hope that you all can consider this in the next meeting. I want to speak specifically about the federal funding issue around this. It's been very clear, especially over the last week, that the threat of losing all federal funding simply does not exist. There's three pieces that have come up this week that clarify this very clearly. One, Jeff Sessions, addressing the U.S. Conference of Mayors 2 days ago, explicitly said, federal government is defining sanctuary jurisdictions as noncompliance with a federal law known as 8 U.S.C. 1373, and that only Department of Justice grants will be withheld for noncompliance. Two, City and County of San Francisco and Santa Clara County sued the federal government and got a temporary injunction. White House lawyers specifically argued that they were not trying to withhold all federal funding, but simply Department of Justice funding, again, for noncompliance with 8 U.S.C. 1373. And third point, the executive order from January 25th itself clearly names that noncompliance with 1373 is what they're defining as sanctuary jurisdictions. All of this put together said, look, this federal law is deeply narrow in scope. What it says is that no city employees can restrict, one, maintaining, or two, sharing information related to citizenship information or immigration status. Department of Justice did a review of the 12 potential worst offenders. Those offenders, wow, this is fun.
Hang on a second. Is that Homeland Security?
No, somebody leaned up against the lights.
We're back. So what this looks like with 1373 is Department of Justice, October, then the Office of the Inspector General did a review of the 12 worst offenders. ICE identified these potential worst offenders. Department of Justice found that absolutely 0 of them, so we're talking New York City, Cook County, Illinois, City and County of San Francisco, do not violate 1373. That meaning the law is very narrow. We build sanctuary policies around the law. The policy that we're bringing to you all to consider does not violate 1373 and would not put Longmont at risk of losing federal funding. Just for context, the Department of Justice grants in question are JAG and SCAP grants. Longmont receives about $90,000 in 2016 of JAG grants. SCAP goes to the county. So one, the amount of money is not all federal funding. It's much smaller. And two, it's clear that this policy does not violate 1373. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Craig Kuhn. Oh, Craig Kuhn.
Do you live in Longmont?
Sorry. Kylie Hillsman, I'm the policy manager with the Carter Immigrant Rights Coalition. I saw some faces of, please tell us, please, where are you from? And no, I do not live in Longmont. Thanks, Alan.
Is there?
Can we get the camera to go somewhere else?
The camera
The
out
light
there
is
like
glaring right into us.
Craig Kuhn. Okay. Oscar Juarez Luna.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Dennis Coombs. I really appreciate the time here. First, I want to say, there's a lot of misinformation about City Council, but about sanctuary cities. But the main thing is, I actually want to thank Gabe Santos for the comment he made. First I put my family, right? This is what it is. It is putting our families from getting deported. This is not saying that police enforcement will not respond to a crime scene or will not go and arrest somebody who's committed a crime, who just murdered someone, who just ran someone over. That is not what it is. This is saying we will not allow ICE into churches, schools, and come into the city without a warrant. Without a warrant. And getting deported for simply driving with a broken taillight. That is what it is. We're not saying is we're gonna not collaborate with any police whatsoever, because that's what is being heard in the past comments that were here. That is what I want to say. My name is Oscar Juarez Luna. I am a taxpayer, resident of Longmont, and I am undocumented. And my third point is we are not a nation of immigrants. We are immigrants living in native land. You know, I have great love for the American flag. When I was growing up in high school, I enlisted to join the military. Unfortunately, going through all the training, I had taken the pre-ASVAB test. I had a 97 out of 99 in my test. And I couldn't join because I didn't have a Social Security card. I wanted to defend the country where I lived, was raised, and was given the opportunities which I took. I don't have and I don't see color. That type of comment is not something that you should be saying. We should be seeing color. We should be seeing the broken immigration system because it is certainly outdated. You know, there's a lot of reference of Ellis Island. There's a lot of reference to all of the past immigration cases. But if you take a look at the immigration system, go to the website. Go to the USCIS website. If you think taxes are difficult, try to take a look at the immigration system. That is difficult. Because a lot of people I've heard tonight, they say, why can't they just get in line? You know, why they can't become legal? There is no way. There is no way. I can't go to my home country and say, you know what? I want to become a citizen of the United States. No. You cannot. And that is misinformation, such as what was being said today. And that is something that I'm willing to work with anybody to make sure that they understand this. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your commitment here late at night. And I want to thank everybody for taking this onto with City Council. Thank you.
Juan Juarez Luna.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Juan Juarez Luna. I'm undocumented. I'm a DACA recipient. And hearing everyone's opinions, it's something that I really value. Everyone has the right to have an opinion and express itself. But I also want to ask you, to people that are against me, what would you do in my shoes? What would you do where you came to a country at the age of 14, did not know the language, and now you're here standing, speaking, because you're afraid. You're afraid that police might come to your door and take you away to a country you hardly even remember, to a this is a place that I grew up. I grew up in the state of Arizona. And in 2010, SB 1070 came up. It was signed. And we were fearful of being just stopped out of nowhere. And I do not want Longmont to become that city. I do not want Longmont to have that fear where I cannot simply call the police and tell them that a crime has been committed. I had a friend back there in Arizona where he got his car stolen. He did the right thing by calling police and reporting it. And by asking him for a driver's license or a state ID that he did not have, he got into immigration proceedings. And I do not want this city to become that. I am in school. I'm majoring in a mechanical engineering degree. I contribute. I pay my taxes. I'm living here. Every election year, even though I cannot vote, I go out there registering people to vote so they can do the things that I can't and many people take for granted. So I ask you to please support sanctuary cities for the city of Longmont. Thank you.
Addie McCartney and then Laura Soto.
My phone actually died. A lot of my notes now are here, but it's not enough. I'm Patty McCartney, 859 Quebec Avenue, and thank you for being here so late and be willing to listen to the people. You know, listening to the pros and cons of this sanctuary city, it just tears my heart. And we need to realize, and I'm sorry, but documented workers, I mean, we're all Americans. There's no hyphenation here. I'm from Hawaii. I'm from a biracial family, and you wouldn't know it looking at me. And, you know, we're Americans. We're not Hawaiian Americans. We're not Asian Americans. We're not Hispanic Americans. And also, undocumented workers are not just Hispanics. They are many others, okay? So we're not just leaning on Hispanic people. My son married a wonderful Hispanic woman. We have we call them hapahali, children. And my thing is the rule of law. I mean, there's so much lawlessness going on right now in our nation, in all these cities. And it's because the rule of law is not being followed. We've got 9 cities right now in the nation that are sanctuary city cities. And and Miami's the only one that pulled out of that and decided they're not going to be sanctuary city. Yes, there was just today a federal law. Was I talking too loud? I'm partially deaf, so it's hard. There was a in the Washington Times, in the New York Post, AP, Reuters, they all discussed how the federal funding is going to be allowed, but, I mean, is not going to be allowed to, still be allowed to be here in the city. The thing is, there's some of the funding that will also be able to, under previous law, be able to be withdrawn. You guys need to put together whatever it is you're going to be putting together, but I personally am not for a sanctuary city. For sanctuary for this, and I lost my place. I had originally come here regarding Pike. And then I got drawn into the sanctuary city, and I lost my place on my, and this is your phone, so I can't bring it out. You want to hurry up before my 5 minutes are up?
3 minutes.
Three minutes are up, excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, thank you. So, okay, originally, I'm here to actually discuss the proposed zoning change at the corner of Pike. My time's up? This change from business, light industrial to high-density residential affects many neighborhoods. All those living in Watersound Creekside, the farm, blah, 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 Prospect. Okay, they're being impacted negatively by the traffic situation. So I know many people, you know, they're supposed to be here, they had to leave, because this you need to possibly postpone your vote on Pike, because nobody's here. They all left. So I would strongly recommend that. The sanctuary city, you guys just voted for trespassers to be taken off of private property, okay? Now you guys are possibly going to vote on whether allowing a federal law to be enacted or not enacted, you know, regarding undocumented workers. So you have a lot on your plate, and I'm glad I'm not you. Take care. Thank you so much.
Our last public invited to be heard is Laura Soto. And she's not here? She's gone. So that's the end of public invited to be heard.
Okay, why don't we take another 5-minute break and then we'll... Okay, could we take our seats? And we got a lot of stuff that we need to get through.
Mayor Coombs, do you want Harold to talk about what needs to go, or do you want me to read the consent?
Go ahead, Harold.
Okay, Mayor, Council. So,
yeah, let's everybody please take their seats so we can either take your conversations out in the hall, please. Oh, yeah.
So the two items that we were able to pull from this agenda are the two general business. So there will be no general business tonight.
Okay.
The second readings due to posting requirements need to move forward. And you also have one that did have a public invited to be, a public hearing list where folks did sign on that.
Okay.
So the general business will not be on tonight's agenda. I would also state that we were as staff going to pull item 1 on the ordinance for the additional appropriations, and we were going to have a presentation on the funding for the Civic Center rehabilitation and the next slide update. However, we will actually present that information during the second reading.
Okay.
Nice. Would you like me to read the consent agenda then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Consent agenda. First item is ordinance 2017-27, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2017. And when you introduce this ordinance, it's the amended one that we sent out after the original ordinance went out. Ordinance 2017-28 is a bill for an ordinance amending Title 11 of the Longmont Municipal Code on the traffic medians. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for May 9th. That's the same date for the first ordinance that I read. Ordinance 2017-29 is a bill for an ordinance approving the intergovernmental boundary agreement between the City of Longmont and the Town of Meade. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for May 9th. Resolution 2017-39 approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Boulder County for its Circles program. The next is Resolution 2017-40, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Governor's Office of Information Technology, Public Safety Communications Network for upgrades and updates of the Public Safety Statewide Digital Trunked Radio System software. Resolution 2017-41, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and the United States Department of Justice Drug Enforcement Administration for a Tactical Diversion Task Force. Resolution 2017-42, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Boulder County for the lease of the Boulder County Fairgrounds Park for the Longmont 4th of July fireworks display. And then item H is approve one capital improvement program amendment and accept two capital improvement program amendments approved by the city manager. And item I is approve funding in the amount of $30,000 from the council contingency fund for additional resources for public and fire plan review. And it sounds like staff does not need to pull any items.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move the consent agenda.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
We're voting.
Moore. Jeff Moore.
Moore. Seconded by all of us. Finley. Pack, Santa.
That passes 7-0.
Your next item is second reading ordinance 2017-21, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2017. There is no formal staff presentation on this item.
Okay, is there anybody from the public that'd like to speak on this ordinance? I guess seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Move ordinance 2017-21.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Next is ordinance 2017-22, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 4.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code on sales and use tax. Again, there is no formal staff presentation on this item.
Councilmember Bagley.
Go ahead and have the public hearing.
Oh, okay. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on ordinance 2017-22? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 2017. Now, Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just want to point out this is the really exciting part of City Council. Just I want to point that out in case anyone's missing it. This is the good stuff. I move ordinance 2017-22.
All right, that's moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Next is ordinance 2017-23, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a lease agreement between the City of Longmont as lessee and the Archdiocese of Denver as lessor for use of the St. John the Baptist Church parking lot for Longmont City employee parking. Again, we do not have a staff presentation on this item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 2017-23. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to speak? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Peck.
I move ordinance 2017-23.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Bagley. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Next is ordinance 2017-24, a bill for an ordinance amending section 10.24.100 of the Longmont Municipal Code on trespass. We do not have a formal staff presentation on this item.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on ordinance 2017-24. Should anybody from the public like to speak on this? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move ordinance 2017-24.
Second. All right, that's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Next is ordinance 2017-25, a bill for an ordinance approving the First Amendment to the agreement in furtherance of annexation for the A.J. Martinez Business Park annexation to the City of Longmont, Colorado. Do you have I guess we have a short staff presentation on this item.
Very short staff presentation. Good evening, council members. Eva Pehajevsky, Planning and Development Services. Again, this is just a request for an annexation agreement, concept plan amendment. This property was annexed in 2004 with a concept plan for a self-storage business, and it had envisioned leaving some of the existing agricultural buildings that were historic to the property on it. That was back in 2004, but unfortunately, that owner never built it. Kind of went into foreclosure. Those buildings went into disrepair over the last decade or more. And so this new buyer who's purchasing it is developing it with the same land use that it was annexed to be, which is self-storage. However, those buildings, they cannot be rehabilitated, and the Historic Preservation has looked at this and have determined that none of them could warrant historic preservation. So they're asking tonight that you amend the concept plan amendment, and the applicant is here to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions from council, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this ordinance? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 2017-25. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to move passage of ordinance 2017-25.
Second. All right, that's been moved by Councilmember Finley and seconded by Councilmember Santos. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Next item is ordinance 2017-26, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the Creekside Second Filing Replat B rezoning from Business Light Industrial BLI to Residential High Density R3, generally located at the southeast corner of Pike Road and Hover Street. And Aaron Fostick does have a presentation on this item. And there were 2 letters placed at your desks prior to the meeting as well.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of the City Council. I'm Erin Fosdick with the Planning and Development Services Department. Tonight we're here for second reading and public hearing on the Creekside rezoning and concept plan. This area is located at the southeast corner of Pike Road and Hover Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone about 14.5 acres on the currently undeveloped site, so it's roughly half the currently undeveloped area that you see in the air photo here. This was one area, one of several areas that we looked at during the Envision Longmont process that you all were involved in. You'll recall that the updated multimodal and comprehensive plan, Envision Longmont, was adopted last June, 2016. And so this was one of the areas that we identified as a mixed-use center. This area was previously designated in the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan as industrial economic development. It's been zoned business light industrial since it was annexed in the late 80s. But this was an area that we identified in Envision Longmont as having some ability to be a mixed-use center and have some more flexibility with land use. And so this was changed from IED to mixed-use employment. The land uses in mixed employment contemplated by Envision Longmont include a range of uses. Primary uses are a range of employment-oriented uses, including small-scale manufacturing, processing, wholesaling, indoor and screened outdoor storage, office, flex space, and commercial services. In addition to those primary uses, a number of secondary uses are also contemplated in the mixed-use employment area. That would be supporting retail, hotel, cultural facilities, civic and government uses, high-density residential, as well as live-work. As a result of the adoption of Envision Longmont, the city was approached by the applicant with a request for rezoning a portion of this property. And you can see here the concept plan that was submitted as part of this application. The property, as I mentioned, is zoned business light industrial, which currently allows lower intensity industrial uses like light manufacturing, wholesaling, warehousing and distribution, research and development, commercial services. Also allows affordable housing, but does not allow multifamily housing outright. So the applicant is proposing to rezone this area to R3, which allows residential uses like multifamily dwelling units and group living facilities at densities between 10 and 25 units per acre. The current proposal that's included on the concept plan that is in front of council tonight would be for a senior living facility on the western approximately 6.4 acres of the site. And on Lot 2, which is the roughly 8 acres on the eastern portion of this 14.5 acre parcel, would be for multifamily dwelling units. There are a variety of density and dimensional standards in both the BLI and R3. I'm not going to go through all of those, but just to kind of orient council, the applicant will talk a little bit about this, and there's some neighbor concerns that may come into play, so I just kind of want to set the stage of what's currently allowed in each of these districts. In the business light industrial, the maximum structure height currently allowed is 45 feet. In the R3 zoning district, the maximum structure height is 40 feet. Business light industrial requires a minimum open space requirement of 20%. R3 requires a 30% open space set aside. The concept plan, as you can see here, shows 2 local roads that would serve this site. A number of other applications are kind of being reviewed in conjunction with that, and so I just want to mention those. Council conditionally approved vacation of rights-of-way and easement in the Creekside second filing, so this area plus the other undeveloped portion. That was really done to accommodate a replat that staff is also reviewing. There's currently 2 lots platted. The applicant is hoping to create 5 lots instead. These are 2 of those lots. The remaining 3 lots would remain zoned business light industrial for uses that are consistent with BLI. And there's also some public improvements that would be associated with the replat and other applications that staff's reviewing. I want to quickly mention that in the council communication, you'll see we talk about the benchmark violations. There are 2 intersections that have benchmark violations, Ken Pratt and Hover, Pike and Hover. The applicant is proposing mitigation measures to address the benchmark violation at Pike and Hover. The traffic study was reviewed by Public Works and Natural Resources. Tyler is here to talk about that. And we can answer, and the applicant also has their traffic engineer if there's questions on that. Also want to mention that there is an outlot that is part of the Creekside second filing. It's not part of this rezoning application, but the city is currently working with the applicant to improve that outlot. There's a lot of sediment and cleanup that needs to be done after the flood, and so the applicant is working on obtaining necessary permits, also working with the city on potentially having the city take ownership of that outlot. Again, not part of the rezoning, but there are some questions that have come up as part of the Planning Commission hearing and as part of some of the neighbor comments and concerns. So if there are specific questions, we certainly have folks on the applicant side that can talk about that, as well as Claudia Vaughn from Public Works and Natural Resources that can answer questions from the city side. So this application, as with all major development applications, was evaluated against our common review standards. We also have standards for major development applications and specific standards for rezoning and concept plan. The Development Review Committee did review this. This did go to Planning Commission in March. At their meeting in March, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this item. Several neighbors, 22 neighbors, spoke. We provided the minutes to you and provided a summary in your council communication. I know we'll also hold a public hearing here tonight. The Planning Commission did recommend conditional approval of this. They're a recommending body on these types of applications. The condition was that additional study and discussion be undertaken by the developer and the city as part of the site plan review of mitigation measures to increase safety for pedestrian traffic to and from local area schools. I will say, since the time that the Planning Commission heard this application, staff has met with the applicant to talk about specific things that could be done, particularly at the intersection of Pike and Hover, nearest to this proposed rezoning, that could help improve bicycle and pedestrian safety. And so, we're currently reviewing that. We're currently talking with the applicant and would be happy to answer any questions that council might have, and the applicant can talk a little bit more about what some of the improvements that they are proposing would include. So tonight, council will hear a presentation from the applicant. You are the decision-making body on rezoning and concept plans, so your decision tonight is the final decision on this application. Council has several options available for their consideration after the applicant's presentation and the public hearing and any discussion and questions. You can approve the ordinance as included in your packet, approve the ordinance with modifications, or deny the ordinance. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions, or we can have the applicant go through the review criteria and give you a little bit more information.
Councilmember Christensen.
It's now nearly 10:30, and a lot of people who were going to speak on this have gone. And I don't think we can have I would like to see anybody who's here to speak on this, certainly, especially the applicant and anybody else who's here to speak on it. But I don't think we can genuinely have a proper public hearing when people left earlier because they thought they would never get a chance to speak.
Well, why don't we, there's 4 people that have signed up. I'm sure there's probably still here.
But is that everyone? I mean, there were 22 people who showed up before. I would just move that we delay the actual vote until next week when we can have a proper hearing, public hearing.
Is this thing pressing?
Mayor, council members, earlier in the evening I did ask the applicant. They have obviously the property owner, their consultants working on this, as well as the potential developers that are interested in these 2 sites if they wanted to stay, and they did indicate that since they had their whole team here and they had noticed the public hearing that they would like to stay, so they are here. I think that certainly they can't move forward until council makes a decision on this application and have, been engaged in this process for numerous months. and are interested in council's decision.
Right. I think we need to move forward with it today. But Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So I just have a couple questions about the benchmark violations. I think if I remember right, I read in there the level of service D is what would be current without any more improvements.
Councilmember Moore, I'll let Tyler Stamey with Public Works address the benchmark questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Councilmember Moore.
Just basically, what level of service to what level of service what is being proposed?
So one thing I'd like to touch on, so the rezoning itself accommodates for an increase of like 27 additional trips in the AM peak and 47 in the PM peak. The traffic study that was done for this looked at the whole parcel that's undeveloped on the southeast corner there. It identified an existing benchmark violation at Pike and Hover, which is greenfield with no traffic from this development. They are proposing improvements that would mitigate that violation to bring it up to meet this current standard.
Which is?
A level of service D or better.
D or better? Yes, okay. Back to Aaron, I guess. So I mentioned sediment, remediation on Outlot A. Is that what did I hear that correctly?
That is correct. There's an outlot that extends kind of south along the whole entire Creekside Business Park that was platted originally to accommodate the floodway. And so after the 2013 floods, as you can imagine, there was quite a bit of sediment and debris in there, and they're working to clean that up. I can have the applicant come up and talk specifically about what that looks like and where they're at with that process if you'd like. I don't know if they may cover that a little bit in their presentation, but we can certainly talk more specifically about that.
I guess I just would want to raise the question, would the city actually want that property? Because then they're going to have to maintain it in perpetuity. And that's just a comment, not a question. Just to throw it out there as something to think about. Do we want to have more space to actually maintain along that area, or would we not want to take that property over?
Comment, right? Not a question? Okay.
Just to answer that, I mean, obviously we have to evaluate that with our stormwater plan, and do they look at the potential need for increased capacity in the area, and could that help with it? But obviously those are the things that we look at in terms of the ongoing maintenance costs.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess a couple of comments. One is I know that for the last 2 years now, we've basically been rezoning and building. I mean, we've been rezoning and allowing high-density residential and apartment buildings to be built pretty regularly. I do know that we have an affordable housing problem or perceived problem in Longmont. And so my question is, I mean, how are we doing? Meaning that as far as high-density apartments, we're rolling them out. Are we still, is anybody checking the pulse? I mean, are we good to go? Do we still need more? Because it seems like we're building a lot. And my question is just, where are we at?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Bagley, we have permitted a number of high-density residential developments within the city. You'll recall, based on numerous discussions that we've had with council and with Kathy, that there have been a number of units permitted, but we had a very large deficit to start with. So within the pipeline and things that we've approved, there's a total of about 2,000 units. Some of those are under construction already. Some of those are at varying stages in the process. I think there's still a need, and certainly there's a need for affordable. This project, as far as we understand, isn't proposing to include affordable.
I guess when I say affordable, there's subsidized affordable and unsubsidized, just regular market. I mean, it's cheaper to go rent an apartment than it is to purchase a home or rent a home. So I guess, and the more apartments we have, the cheaper the apartments, technically. So I was just wondering, so if we've got 2,000 in the pipeline, when we first started this discussion 4 years ago, I don't remember what the total deficit was, but I remember it was a couple thousand. And so I guess my question is, what was it before, and how close is the gap now?
So I think if you'll recall, I don't have the specific, that we now have a gap of X number, because I think the denominator and the numerator are kind of constantly changing. If you think about the overall goals that we talked about with Envision Longmont, though, is ensuring that we have a diversity of housing types within the planning area, and that would be throughout the planning area. And so as we looked at the concept of centers and corridors throughout the planning area, that was really intended to allow higher density housing in those strategic areas where there was access to transit, access to employment, access to services, where perhaps people could walk and ride their bike and maybe didn't have to drive everywhere. And so as we're looking at how do we create these viable, vibrant mixed-use centers and corridors, housing was a component of that and still is and will probably continue to be. And so that's kind of why we've broadened that land use out and contemplated that for areas like this.
And then and you'll have to forgive me, my brain's mush. It's 10:30. It's the pumpkin time. And so what was I don't remember in the packet, what was the Planning Commission vote on this? 7-0?
The Planning Commission voted 6-1 to recommend approval.
All right. And then I seem to recall that there were quite a few residents that showed up against the project during the first reading. And my question is, I know that 4 had signed up. I'm just curious if those people are here tonight.
I'm here, and I didn't even get to sign up, nor did many of us who were out in the hall because we couldn't get in the room.
Right. So I guess.
We finally got into listing, we couldn't sign up, and everybody else has left.
Right. I guess.
Well, and public invited to be heard. I mean, basically, at a public hearing, even if you didn't sign up, you still get an opportunity.
I guess I'd.
When we spent 3 hours discussing sanctuary city status possibility, and we all have children to raise, in the morning, I think it's a little unreasonable.
I guess.
I understand the developer and the owner are here, but it's in their best interest financially to be here, whereas the rest of us are just.
Got it.
Folks from city council and hopefully we're representing.
Got it. So basically, I share Councilmember Christensen's concern that just given the onslaught of public invited to be heard, which was great, but this particular item kind of got bumped. In my own comments in the beginning, when I said, "Look, figure out a way to get us out here by 11," I think I was the one who gave the impression that no, just go home and we're going to buckle up and talk Sanctuary City. So I would rather have this brought back next week or in 2 weeks to give those neighbors the opportunity to come and at least be heard. How would that impact staff?
We would probably need to look at doing it next week to accommodate Aaron's schedule. I think you would have to continue that from tonight until next week, and then we would need to change the rules because it's a study session.
Okay. Then I would second Councilmember Christensen's motion.
It's a continuation.
No, you didn't move it? Then I would move that we actually wait till next week to take the vote and have a public hearing.
Second.
Councilmember Christensen?
Can I ask a question of our attorney? Do we need to hold the public hearing tonight because it was, and then continue the public hearing to next week?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. What I recommend is, I don't know if the applicant has a presentation, but since they're here, they should give that.
Yes.
We should give an opportunity for those members of the public to participate in the public hearing, and then at that point, continue it to next week. And I think the expectation would be we would reopen the public hearing next week and proceed with council action at that point. City manager was correct. We need to suspend the rules of procedure for next week, or change the meeting next week to a regular session so that this council could take formal final action on this item.
Okay. Councilmember Christensen?
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to recommend, because people have come here and they would like to speak, and the developers come here and would like to do the presentation. So that would be a way to accommodate everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So what happens if next week we have the same type of meeting at the beginning? We can't be pushing things off. And, you know, whether it's that topic or another topic or what have you, we could be sitting right back exactly where we're at right now. So I would caution council. Yeah, it is council's prerogative. We'd have to change it to a regular session. However, do this too many times, it sets a very bad precedent. And I get it. Having, you know, people here to speak, whether for or against, is very important. But when a topic like the one that I got to set in the end of, whether it's oil and gas or sanctuary cities or what have you, public invited to be heard has no limit per council direction. I think it's not a. I suggest we have the presentation from the developer, the public invited to be the public hearing. If we're going to continue this on to next week, then those who have spoken at the public hearing this week do not get to speak again. But I won't vote for that motion because I believe we have an agenda. This is what we signed up for. Yes, it's 10:35, but guess what? We have an agenda to finish. That's what we got elected to do.
Well, I think we have to vote on the motion and the second. Yes. Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. This was publicly noticed. Everybody's here. Time is money for everyone. And I don't see the need to postpone it. I think if everyone read their packet, they read the comments that came during the last public hearing of those who couldn't stay up past 10:30. And I think we should proceed.
Okay, let's vote. Oops. Okay, looks like we're going to go ahead and suspend the speech. So we'll have the applicant do the presentation, we'll have the public hearing, and then we'll continue it next time.
Are you ready for the
Yep.
applicant's presentation?
Right.
Okay, I'll have Pam Hora with Tetra Tech come up.
Okay.
Yeah, or you can use the ball. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. My name is Pam Hora. I'm a senior planner with Tetra Tech. We're located here in Longmont at 1900 South Sunset Street. I'm here this evening to present to you our request to rezone Block 1 of Creekside Business Park from BLI to R3 to accommodate senior living facility and a multifamily development. Before I get started, I just wanted to let you know who all is here with me tonight. So the landowner applicant is WGG Longmont Development, LLC. They are a subsidiary of Shandell Development, and Ron Bovard, who is construction manager with Shandell Development, is here tonight. Also, from our team of consultants from both Tetra Tech and Felsberg Holden Olivig. From Tetra Tech with me is Scott Story, our project engineer, and Ryan Kasarik, the planner. And then from Felsberg Holden Olivig is Devin Joslin, our transportation engineer. Also with me tonight are representatives from the two proposed developers. David Jadis, Vice President of Multifamily, is here from McWhinney, and Hunter McLeod, Vice President with Balfour Senior Living. As was described previously, the property is located at the corner of Pike and Hover. Just to set the stage and give a little bit of history on the site, the Creekside Business Park was annexed into the city and zoned business light industrial in the 1980s. In the 1990s is when WGG Development purchased the property, and they platted it and constructed the office buildings that are on the two parcels on both sides of South Sunset Street within the Creekside Business Park. Since then, WGG has been marketing the undeveloped portion of the property for the last 20 years for additional development within the BLI zone, and they haven't had any luck on having that happen, and that's the reason the property has remained undeveloped. Last year, with the adoption of the Envision Longmont plan, the land use designation for the Creekside Business Park property changed from industrial economic development to mixed-use employment. This change allowed for high-density residential uses to become a viable option for development on the property. As a result of the change, Balfour and McWhinney expressed interest in developing a portion of the property for high-density residential land uses. Therefore, WGG decided to go ahead and pursue rezoning Block 1 of their property from BLI to R3. As you know, in order for you to approve a rezoning request, we need to be able to demonstrate that the application is in compliance with the review criteria outlined in the Longmont Development Code. And so I'm just going to run through how we have met each of those criteria with our application. So the first one is that the application is consistent with the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan as amended, conforms to any previously approved concept plan, preliminary plat, or PUD plan, and complies with all applicable statutes, codes, ordinance, and regulations. The LACP, as you know, is now the Envision Longmont plan, and the plan says that the future land use for this property is mixed-use employment. The mixed-use employment land use designation supports a mix of the primary and secondary land uses. Primary land uses are the land uses that are could be developed as uses by right in the BLI zoning district, and then a recommended secondary land use is high-density residential development. So our rezoning request allows the Creekside Business Park to develop with a mix of both primary and secondary land uses, which is exactly what the Envision Longmont plan set out for this property. In addition, future development will comply with all of the statutes, codes, and regulations that are in place at the time of development. In addition, Block 1 is an excellent location for high-density residential development. A target demographic for the residents of McWhinney's proposed apartment project is professionals. While it's hard to read all of the text labels that are on this particular graphic, it lists the primary employers and offices in this area. By allowing the development of an apartment project on Block 1, employees of these businesses have the option to live in an apartment close to where they work so they can easily walk or ride a bike to work. Therefore, rezoning Block 1 will be a great way for Longmont to truly implement the Envision Longmont plan to allow for a mix of uses to develop on this property. And for these reasons, this criterion has been met. The next criterion is that the application complies with the applicable design standards and construction specifications, including street and utility design and layout, and adequate utilities are available or will be provided for appropriate urban level services. Left-Hand Creek Lane and Corporate Center Drive are public local streets that will meet the Longmont Road standards and adequately handle and direct traffic out to both Hover and Pike. In addition, as part of the rezoning process, staff required us to prepare a traffic study for the project. The study showed that the Pike and Hover intersection already has some underperforming movements during peak hours. Another finding of the traffic study was that the changing of the land use on Block 1 from BLI to R3 results in a relatively small change in the overall amount of traffic generated by this parcel. This table just shows a comparison of the total trips that would be generated during the AM peak hour and PM peak hours if the site were to be developed under the current BLI zoning compared to the proposed R3 zoning. The results of the traffic study show two things. First, traffic patterns reverse when you have a residential land use rather than a business light industrial land use. In other words, with residential, traffic leaving the site is heavy in the morning and light in the afternoon, and then the traffic coming to the site is light in the morning and heavy in the afternoon. The exact opposite is true if the property was developed with business light industrial uses. Second, the overall increase in traffic associated with this zoning change will be relatively insignificant. As a result of the rezoning, it's projected that there will be 27 more AM peak hour trips and 47 more PM peak hour trips if the property were to remain BLI and develop with typical BLI uses. As a result of the traffic study findings, WGG agreed to make the road improvements to improve the functionality of the intersection of Hover and Pike. The signal light is being upgraded. Hover will be restriped to add an additional left turn lane onto Pike, and an additional lane is being built on Pike between Hover and Corporate Center Drive. Making these improvements will not only help address an existing level of service problem, but they will also meet the needs of the proposed development of this land. We also know that there will be no problems with getting adequate utility services to the proposed high-density residential development on this site. Therefore, this criterion has also been met. The next criterion is that the application is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zone and proposes development compatible with neighboring existing and approved developments in terms of land use, layout, site design, and access. The intent of the R3 zone is to allow for the development of high-density residential development. Rezoning the property to R3 will be consistent with the intent of the mixed-use employment land use designation of the property. In addition, high-density residential development will be compatible with the surrounding development, which includes up to the north Front Range Community College and mixed industrial uses. South is a swath of open space that is between 360 and 450 feet wide, depending on where you measure. The open space is made up of an outlot and the Left-Hand Creek primary greenway. Farther to the south is a mix of detached and attached residential units. And then on either side, both to the east and west, is undeveloped land that is zoned for BLI. Block 1 will have direct access to both Hover and Pike. This is important when it comes to compatibility issues because none of the traffic from this higher density residential development will need to travel through less intense land uses to be able to get to the arterial streets. Balfour and McWhinney are committed to Longmont and these projects. They both will be not only the developers, but the long-term owners and managers of their projects. Both developers plan to create well-thought-out, high-quality projects that will enhance the neighborhood as they have done in projects that they've developed in other communities here in Colorado. So Block 1 will definitely be able to develop in a manner that is both compatible with the neighborhood and consistent with the intent of the zone, so this criterion will be met. The next criterion states that the application will not significantly adversely affect surrounding properties, the natural environment, existing or planned city transportation or utility services or facilities, or the impacts will be mitigated to the extent feasible considering existing plans and zoning for the area. The property has been annexed to the city of Longmont for around 30 years, and as long as it has been annexed, it has been proposed for future development. No matter how the property develops, it will generate some impacts, more so than an undeveloped parcel would. As we discussed, WGG is constructing road improvements to address impacts on the transportation system, and it has been determined that the utility services and facilities will not be negatively impacted by this project. While there are some sensitive natural areas to the south of the parcel that is being zoned, they are all well outside the boundary of Block 1 so that they can be protected. In addition, a biologist from Tetra Tech took a look at the Block 1 property itself and determined that there are no sensitive vegetation or wildlife habitat on Block 1 that needs to be protected. Therefore, the natural environment will not be negatively impacted by the rezoning and development of Block 1, and we can say that this criterion has been met. The last common review criterion says that the application needs to include an appropriate transportation plan, including multimodal transportation access, and show that the site is integrated and connected where appropriate with adjacent development through street connections, sidewalks, trails, and similar features. As part of this rezoning application, we prepared a concept plan map for the project. There is a note on the plan that the property will develop consistent with the code requirements in effect at the time of site plan. This includes preparation of a multimodal transportation plan to show how the two lots within Block 1 will be integrated and connected with the adjacent development. Related to this criterion, Pike Road is currently one of the main corridors for the RTD bus system. Buses on Pike Road take riders to locations within Longmont as well as to Boulder. Having high-density residential development next to the RTD system helps to improve the effectiveness of the RTD system within Longmont because you have more potential riders for the system. And it's for these reasons that this criterion has been met. There are also additional review criteria associated with a rezoning application that our application addresses. The first one is that the rezoning is consistent with events, trends, or facts occurring after adoption of the original zoning that have changed or are changing the physical, social, or economic character or condition of the area or neighborhood. As was described earlier in our presentation, the June 2016 adoption of the Envision Longmont Plan changed the land use designation for this property from industrial economic development to mixed use employment. The change was made because of the growing need for more apartment living options and more live-work areas within the city of Longmont. The change was also made to allow the land to develop in a way that will support a more resilient and diverse local economy. After your significant efforts that you put forth to prepare the Envision Longmont Plan, it's now important for you to take steps to implement the plan by rezoning Block 1 to R3. Therefore, this proposed rezoning request does implement this review criterion. The other additional criterion that this application addresses related to rezonings is that the rezoning presents the city with an appropriate site in an appropriate location for high-density residential land use to help the city achieve a balance of land use, tax base, and housing types consistent with the city's overall planning and economic development goals. The site is a prime location for high-density residential units for several reasons. It's in an area of the community that currently does not have any high-density residential living options for residents. It's close to two arterial streets, both Hover and Pike, for the ease of access without traveling through less intensive land uses. It's within walking distance of many employers as well as commercial businesses along Hover and Pike, or Hover and Ken Pratt. And it's adjacent to a main route for the RTD bus system along Pike. In addition, it's our understanding that a study was conducted during the development of the Envision Longmont Plan, as was referenced previously, that said Longmont was short, it's our understanding, around 2,500 apartment units. And so rezoning this land will help the city to continue to address this deficit in an optimal location. Also, with the aging baby boomers, there's a nationwide trend for needing more senior living housing options. And so having another senior living facility here in Longmont will help to meet that need within the community. Therefore, rezoning will clearly address this criterion. So now I'd like to get to some of the neighborhood concerns that we've heard. Over the course of the project, we hosted a neighborhood meeting about the application to let the neighbors know about the project and hear about their concerns. Aaron Fosdick and I have been communicating with the neighbors about those concerns, and so the concerns listed on this slide are the ones that we've heard, and I just wanted to take a few minutes to kind of talk through how the steps we've taken to respond to those concerns.
First, I have to interrupt you because
Sure.
we'd like to take a vote to extend the meeting to hear the public that's here. So I move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Yeah. Well, that's the last item that we have, basically. Plus council comments at the end. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah.
I guess, yeah, I withdraw my second. I'd do it for if it's just this, and then we can pick up next week.
Second, Mayor, so what you're suggesting is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but after 11, so do this topic, public invited to be heard, and council comments.
Yep.
The rest of the agenda. Second. And it would be ashamed if we do not finish our agenda.
Okay, let's vote on that. Okay, that passes 7-0. Okay, continue.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the first one, impact of improvements on the floodplain riparian area and wildlife. So regarding this concern, it was also an area of concern for city staff as well as the applicant. This is the reason why the primary greenway and open space outlot are platted to entirely encompass the floodplain, wetlands, sensitive riparian area, and wildlife habitat that are all along Left-Hand Creek. In other words, there's no portion of Block 1 that is within this sensitive wildlife area. For building heights, the BLA zoning district allows 45-foot tall buildings, and the R3 zone allows 40-foot tall buildings. So rezoning the property will actually help to address the neighbors' concerns about building heights. At one point, McWhinney did share that they were interested in the fact that the envisioned Longmont plan indicated that buildings in the mixed-use employment area could be up to 4 stories tall. However, they heard the neighbors' concern about height, and the current city code does not allow a 4-story building in the R3 zone because a 4-story building is taller than 40 feet. Therefore, in response to the neighbors' concerns, McWhinney is working on plans to develop their lot consistent with the existing Longmont code, which limits the height to 40 feet. When it comes to design, for the building designs and what the community will see when the project's develop, the projects that Balfour and McWhinney will develop both will look very nice. These images here are some images of some of Balfour's other projects here in the Colorado area, just to show you some examples of the quality of their facilities. And these are images from McWhinney's projects to give you a feel for the quality of their projects as well. Also regarding visual impacts, not only will the projects that Balfour and McWhinney develop look nice, the views of the project from the residential area will be through the riparian corridor along Left-Hand Creek. So these are just some photos that we took from the south side of the creek looking north toward Block 1. A couple other concerns raised by neighbors is that the rezoning of the property to permit high-density residential development will lead to an increase in crime and decrease the neighbors' property values. Both of these are common misconceptions about high-density residential development. There's no evidence to support these two claims, and in fact, Harvard, the Urban Land Use Institute, and MIT have all published papers disputing these claims. These are just some images of the covers of those reports. We did provide copies of these reports to neighbors who brought up this concern with us. In addition, after we were made aware that the neighbors had a concern about crime, Aaron Fosdick put us in contact with Master Police Sergeant Sarah Arney with the City of Longmont. Officer Arney runs the crime-free housing program for Longmont's Public Safety Department. While McWhinney does not anticipate that crime is going to be an issue at their project based on the demographic of the people that they project will live in the project, as well as their history with their projects in other locations, they do plan to take a belt and suspenders type approach and do plan to get involved in this program that the City of Longmont offers, just like all of the other large apartment projects here in Longmont are involved. When it comes to the neighbors' concerns about traffic, that is an issue that I've already talked about in my presentation as far as improvements that we plan to make. And it was reviewed with city staff, and based on the results of that study, both the traffic engineer and our traffic engineer agreed on what those improvements needed to be, and those are the improvements that are being constructed. As was mentioned during the Planning Commission hearing, last month, neighbors expressed concerns with the safety of their children who walk to Flagstaff Academy, which is the charter school that is north of Pike Road off of Miller Drive. As a result, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the application under the condition that we work with staff as part of the site plan process to consider ways to improve safety for pedestrian traffic to and from area schools. We took their recommendations seriously, and as Aaron said, we already met with staff to talk about this item. We discussed how the city has a transportation master plan for alternative modes of transportation in the area, and how it's the city's responsibility to implement the plan, and it's the developer's responsibility to make sure that the developments tie into the city's master plan. Both Balfour and McWhinney understand that they will have to demonstrate how they're going to tie into the city's system as part of their site plan applications. In addition, staff asked us, as the landowner, if they would consider adding pedestrian striping across Hover on the south side of the Pike and Hover intersection, and build a missing piece of sidewalk along the west side of Hover to make it safer for pedestrians and bicyclists to get to the other side of Hover to get north to the pedestrian underpass that the city just built under Highway 119, or the Diagonal Highway. The property owner agreed to go ahead and design and build this additional improvement to help the city implement this piece of their master plan sooner rather than later. So, to summarize, rezoning Block 1 will allow the city to implement the vision set forth in the Envision Longmont Plan, which was adopted by the city last summer. In addition, all of the review criteria associated with the rezoning application have been met. The application is in compliance with the Land Development Code, and the applicant has taken steps to address concerns raised by the community. Therefore, we respectfully request your approval of the Creekside Second Filing Rezoning Concept Plan application. We'd like to thank you for your time tonight to hear our presentation, and thank you to staff for working with us on processing the application. And I or the rest of the team are available to help answer any questions.
Okay, is there any questions from council before I open up the public hearing on this? Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Would you mind going back to the last two slides, the next one, that one?
That one? Mm-hmm.
So going north on Hover, are you planning on any? Is that an extended turn lane that you have there? Or
basically, you want to know the improvements we're going to make at that intersection?
No, go down further.
Yep.
There, going north on Hover to make a right-hand turn into the development. Are you putting an extra turn lane there as well?
No.
So it's just going to be
exactly.
You're not making any improvements there?
Not right there for right turn lanes, no.
At what point does 95th become a county road?
I'd have to ask the city. I don't know. At Plateau.
Okay. Is the county going to do any more improvement? Because that's going to put more traffic on that road as well. And did anybody ask the county if they're going to widen that, or? No? That's not part of the plan. Just out of curiosity, looking at your site plan, why did you decide to put the high density in Block 1 instead of Block 2, which is close to Sunset Road as well? But it's also close to the bus, RTD, et cetera. Just flip it instead of... What made you decide to put the high density in Block 1 instead of over on the other side of...
Here instead of over here?
Correct.
Balfour, and it all started with when Balfour approached them with an interest in the property, and Balfour was really interested in that corner right at Pike and Hover. And so since they wanted the west half, then we left the east half of the block for another high-density residential, and that's when McWhinney expressed an interest in the other part of it.
So both of these are going to be high-density residential?
The west lot is for Balfour community housing, so the retirement community, and then the east half of that lot is McWhinney for the apartment project.
That's a lot of traffic.
Just to be clear, Councilmember Peck, the area outlined in green is the area that's proposed to be rezoned. This area is proposed to be left, and that's part of a replat that we're working on for 3 remaining lots that would be left business light industrial to accommodate a range of light industrial uses. This lot here is the lot that McWhinney is looking at for multifamily dwelling. This lot is the lot that Balfour is looking at for senior living, which both of those uses are consistent and permitted uses in the R3 zone.
I was just curious because it seems like the intersection of Pike and Hover is the problem, and if the other part had been developed high residential, it wouldn't have put so much traffic concentrated right there.
Both portions of this undeveloped land will be taking access from Left-Hand Creek Lane and Corporate Center Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, since I don't see any other questions from council, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is anybody from the public here that would like to speak on ordinance 2017-26?
Thank you. Do I have a limit on time?
3 minutes.
All right, my name is Anna Gravel. I live in Creekside neighborhood. How many total units? I was something that was not brought up to. I hope that doesn't eat into my time, but total units being built, residential units? Is there a number? Does anyone know? 200 units? So I'm already, okay. So, and what about the seniors? So a total of 340 units then. 340 units are being added, and we're only going to see 27 extra trips every day. That seems a little hard to believe. So my objections, and I do speak on behalf of many, many neighbors who came and left today because, forgive me, but 3 hours spent waiting, perhaps open comment should be put at the end of the meeting and not at the beginning if you expect to get anything done. Pike Road's already impassable and dangerous, and I know that was brought up before the zoning board, parents talking about near fatalities crossing to go to school. My children play in that park that's right there, and the speed limit has now been lowered to a uniform 40 from what was inexplicably 45 and 40, but everybody does 50 on that road. I can't get out of the neighborhood. I have to go down to Sunset where there's a light, and it's bad almost all day long. If the target demographic is professionals, they presumably all go to work, and they're going to add to the high volume on Pike that already use it to commute between Boulder and then east of Longmont, and that's in both directions, mainly heading west in the morning and east in the evening, but not exclusively. If the 340 additional, 200 units that are for the professionals, yeah, like I said, 27 trips a day extra just seems, these people all work from home, I don't know. The widening of the road, that's the proposed solution, would bottleneck on Pike at the commercial entrance, I forgot the name of it, but anyway, somewhere before Sunset. I mean, you're going to have 2 turn lanes from Hover heading east on Pike. They're going to go precisely a block and a half, and then they narrow to 1. And then it's 1 lane down Pike. So I don't see how that solves anything unless what we're really talking about is widening Pike all the way to 287, in which case you need to notify all the affected neighborhoods along Pike and not just Windsong. And that seems to be kind of where this is going to go. And then whatever is done on Hover heading south, you've got 2 blocks till you get to Plateau, and that's Boulder County. And I somehow doubt that they're just going to jump and widen 95th to Niwot. So that's, again, these are just backups that are going to sit. I mean, the Pike and Hover intersection is going to become a parking lot. As far as the shortage of, or the perceived shortage of affordable housing, 2,000 units, built or in the works, and I don't know how much more we would need before we have high vacancy rates and suppressed rents. And I don't know what that does to any of the surrounding neighborhoods, but our neighborhood is they say it's compatible with our neighborhood, but I don't think so, to have high density there, and certainly high density that's going to sit empty. And
that's it.
That's my time.
Yep.
Thank you, and thank you
you.
for agreeing to postpone so more of my neighbors can come.
Is there anybody else here who'd like to speak? Yep, okay.
Howdy, everyone, again. And again, I'm Veronique Bellamy. Basically, one of the I'd also have concerns about the traffic along Pike and Hover. Forgive me, it is getting late. But, and basically, I wouldn't be so concerned if we had sufficient transit in our town. Unfortunately, we do not. So all those people are going to be forced to drive to work, considering the lack of sufficient transit.
Okay, people signed up. Is Rob Jepson here?
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. My comments this evening are with respect to the presentation, that this presentation does not comply with intent, and also that it does not comply and that it adversely affects the surrounding properties. By comparison, a town that I moved from approved and complied with all zoning policies as they built a housing development in very close proximity to the wastewater treatment plant. And that housing development, all of a sudden, the municipality was addressed with the very increased cost of, in spite of all complaints, bringing their wastewater treatment plant much, much further so it didn't smell so much, because they built the housing development right next to it, although it was compliant. I noticed the very detailed presentations here tonight without a single comment that this presentation is within a few hundred feet of the train track. And while the previous zoning of having business there is quite proper to be close to a train track, when you put residential housing right next to a train track, I don't see how that is how that complies with the intent of the original zoning intent. So I would ask you to not approve the request from that matter. You are very knowledgeable about noise issues within this town, so I don't know why you would want to accept an ongoing noise issue that you're going to have to deal with for years and years and years. Well, I guess you're accustomed to that, so that's fine. But with respect to the cost of the additional noise issues and the request that the future residents, if you do approve this, to mitigate those, you might, if you do still approve this request, ask the builders or to pay for one of the quiet zone crossing guards there so that you at least mitigate the amount of noise. But you're still within just a few hundred feet of the track, so I don't think that is sufficient. Okay. So another concern here with respect to not so much of crime or lowering property values, but is the access to the property to law enforcement as well as first responders. This property is sandwiched between, again, the train tracks, and we know that train tracks can be an impediment to responding to any type of incident, and also a flood area with Left Hand Creek on the south side. So you're putting a lot of high-density housing there with difficulty to get there from an emergency responder perspective. So I think this is just a bad place to put property for that purpose. Okay. With respect to adversely affecting surrounding properties, I am concerned that the flooding. I am very pleased with the long-term flood planning aspects of this town. Thank you very much. But the problem there is that when this property goes in, it's going to come in and encroach upon the flooded area.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jeff Sigley. How about Brian Koppman?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Brian Copham, 1221 Carolina Avenue. I would like to offer something a little different from what you've heard, and that is that this property, oddly enough, has unique value to the city as well as the community, which is a function of how the community of Longmont has developed in the city boundaries. River sheds, in this case, the Left-Hand Creek watershed as well as the St. Vrain watershed, are very fertile agricultural grounds. And this property is one of 2 that remain in the city limits on either of those watersheds that could be used for agriculture. Seems like a low use for a property in this area. However, it's important to remember that agriculture, agritourism, is now a $759 billion industry. Having the opportunity to take advantage of that here in the city of Longmont is a diverse industry. It's one that's growing at 9% a year, and this area is well known in the country for its agricultural practices and appeal. This specific property could very well be one of those properties that the city would undertake to diversify its income streams and industries and find itself in a very lucrative position using it as agritourism. Thank you.
Mark Guttridge.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mark Guttridge, 8627 North 95th Street. I live right across the street and creek from this property at Olin Farms, and I'd like to follow up on what Brian said. That was a perfect segue. As someone that farms these soils, I've been there. I grew up on that property. I've walked across that property walking home from Indian Peak School when I was in first grade, and having a chance to move back to Olin Farms and start a farm there and being able to grow food there. And I really realized the importance of this area, this left-hand watershed, as the true agricultural potential. There was, when I was researching a project for the Dia de Muertos exhibit at the Museum of Our Founding Farmers, I found a book that was published in Ithaca, New York in the 1880s, where some guy came and surveyed all of eastern Colorado and specifically said the soils he saw along the left-hand creek basin were the most fertile anywhere that he's seen. And I can tell you, I, as farming on my own soil and consulting with a lot of other farmers all across the city and all across this county, have sunk my soil probe into a lot of poor, degraded, rocky clay soils. But the best soils I've seen are along this left-hand creek basin. That's why, partly why Olin Farms has had the success it is in growing really nutrient-dense food, and why I started a farm there, because I really believe that the answer to our healthcare problems is we need to eat healthy food coming from healthy soils. And these are some of the healthiest soils we have in the city remaining. And so to me personally, I mean, I'm like you, it's super late at night. My kids went to bed without a kiss from their parents or a bedtime story, but it was important for me to be here just because my conscience wouldn't let me sleep if I wasn't here to tell you that paving that thing in any way would be a huge detriment to the future of our city. There's so much potential to get that thing turned into an agritourism place. I could see there's precedence for this. If you look at Thomas Open Space in the city of Lafayette, the taxpayer initiative purchased all the improvements on that. Isabel Farms started leasing out. They built a barn there, and they have a great community hub where people can go get local food. I can envision something like that where a citizens-led initiative could still pay the property owners a pretty penny for, I mean, this is their property. They deserve to be rewarded for hanging on to this. And for some reason, it's still undeveloped at this point, and there's this critical time where this is what our community is begging for right now. You go to the farmer's market, you can feel that Longmont has this identity. There's so many just suburbia feelings around Longmont that in these developments that we're really losing our identity. But we are an agricultural community, and to be able to embrace that and get back to it would be great. And I love that in the Envision plan, the guiding principles, number 5, shows the responsible stewardship of our resources, including our agricultural resources. So at this point, I just couldn't see making that into more unaffordable apartments, how that does anything to our benefit of our community. Just look at the long-term plan of this land, of our community, of how we're going to feed ourselves in our future. I have friends at the USDA that tells me in 5 years, 60% of the farmers are going to be out of business. We're going to figure out how we're going to feed ourselves next. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak at public invited to be heard? Yes. Just go ahead. So state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Michelle Kolakowski. I live at 2138 Riverwalk Lane in Longmont, and I've lived directly across the creek from the proposed rezone area for 18 years. I raised my kids next to Left Hand Creek, and it's an incredible jewel. The creek adjacent riparian area is a beautiful wildlife corridor, and the city of Longmont built a terrific greenway, bike, and pedestrian path connecting into the Lobo Trail. Left Hand Creek and its greenway needs your protection as you consider this rezoning. The owls, the herons, the hawks, the eagles, the fox, the muskrat, the coyotes, and the woodpeckers, and dozens of other species that make the creek their home can't be here with us late tonight. But I ask you to think about them as you reconsider rezoning this land to high-density residential next to their homes. I understand that changing the zoning from BLI to high-density residential has some advantages, including slightly lower building heights and more requirements for developers to mitigate their impacts. I hear the developers say that they've met all the criteria, yet I still have very serious concerns about this proposed high-density residential zoning and the current concept plans that the developers have. Number one, the multiple tall buildings that are being proposed, their mass and scale are simply too close to the creek, and they will also obstruct the Left Hand Creek Greenway's mountain views. It's concerning to me that the setback requirements is a mere 150 feet for high-density residential, and there's no current city requirement for protecting view corridors on our greenways. So I hope you'll take a closer look at that. When we're also looking at 340 combined proposed units, we're talking about more than 400 cars that require parking, and the developers are proposing a lot of surface parking. There has to be a better solution next to Left Hand Creek and the beautiful Greenway path. The developers are also proposing 2 new roads, Corporate Center Drive and Left Hand Creek Lane. Both are also too close to the creek. They bring noise, nighttime headlights from cars moving southbound, glaring their headlights through an otherwise pristine and quiet nighttime creek environment, not to mention the homes that are on the north side of Left Hand Creek. Left Hand Creek needs more protection than this. With the existing traffic issues on Hover and 95th and Pike near the railroad crossing, I'm concerned about these 2 proposed new roads being used as a cut-through for drivers trying to avoid that intersection. The additional noise and the impacts on Left Hand Creek are scary for me to think about. I would respectfully disagree with the developer's report that Block 1 and 2...
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak?
Thank you. My name is Kathy Jarrett. I live at 1532 Stewart Street in Longmont. I've been here over 46 years, and I've lived next to railroad tracks. Not particularly this railroad track, but other railroad tracks in the city within a couple of blocks and one time within one block. The railroads were here first, and I think that when you choose to live next to a railroad track, you have to accept that there will be some noise. As far as messing up the greenway, it sounds like they've left quite a bit of space for the greenway. Since I've been here, I don't like the idea of I'm here now and you can't come. Let's close the door to Longmont's expansion. It's about 4 times bigger than when I came, and I don't think that we should stop other people from coming here. And if that was the case, then Creekside neighborhood maybe shouldn't have been built 20 or 30 years ago also. So I would suggest that you approve this change in zoning and allow these people, and I don't think that most of the people at Balfour Senior Living will necessarily have cars. So not necessarily 400 more cars for the people who will be moving in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else that'd like to speak on this ordinance? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Mayor, Council, I would encourage you that if there's any more questions you have for the proponent on this item, that you ask those questions based on the rescheduling. I don't know if the entire team will be able to make it at the next meeting. So
okay.
If there's any questions, I would encourage you to ask them tonight. In addition, I think Aaron has a couple of clarifications.
All right. Any questions? I don't see any questions. I think we're questioned down. So, Aaron, do you have some more clarifications you'd like to make? Or?
Mayor, Council, I think Harold just wanted me to clarify that with development proposals, when we require traffic studies, we're looking at comparing the traffic that would be generated with BLI uses, which is currently approved for that site, and the traffic that would be generated with R3 uses. So we're not comparing today's traffic from the site, which is 0 because there's nothing there, to R3. We're comparing what would be generated with BLI to R3. So just wanted to clarify that because I know that can be confusing for folks.
Okay.
And would just echo, I might not be here next week. Joni will cover for me. We'll have at least one applicant representative.
Okay.
I'm done. But if there's specific questions related to the transportation study, some of the multimodal improvements, drainage, we certainly have the development proposals specifically. We certainly have the full team here and could answer those questions tonight. And if you want to let us know what additional information you'd need presented next week, we could be prepared for that.
All right. Well, thank you.
We need a motion to suspend your rules of procedure and make next week a regular session so that we can bring this back.
Okay. Councilmember Peck.
I move that we suspend our rules of procedure and make next week a regular council meeting.
All right. So moved and seconded. Let's vote.
Just to make things interesting.
Are you awake, Brian? Yes. Okay, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Santos dissenting.
Sorry, I don't know what this is.
Mayor, did we continue this hearing? Sorry, we're all tired.
We passed the motion for it.
Just the blanket motion at the beginning did all those things?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I guess we're not going to do final call, public invited to be heard. Is there any from the public who'd like to come speak at this time? All right, I guess I'll close final call, public invited to be heard. So now it's time for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Christensen.
First, I know we're all tired, so I'll try and be brief. First of all, there's a dog film festival on Saturday at 7 o'clock at the Oscar Brews Brewery on Pike. Secondly, for those of you who didn't catch this in the paper, we're now having goat yoga. However, you have to dress properly because goats are known to poop. So, enough of those announcements. Any of you interested in goat yoga, be sure and check it out in the paper. All right. Next, I just wanted to say that next week, just a heads up, I'll be bringing back the sanctuary cities as a topic to be put on the agenda to discuss. We need time to review it, and we need time for staff to review it, and this is a large issue that we still need to discuss publicly with public input, and to refuse to even discuss it would be an act of cowardice and negligence on of our jobs as a city council. So I'll be making that motion next week.
City manager, any comments?
Mayor, council, I do have a comment tonight. One of the things that you all instructed staff to do is work on a forum, oil and gas forum, to answer the questions that were submitted to us and include the groups asking for the forum into that conversation. I have had a number of conversations specifically with Michael Belmont about the forum. What we found is that they are having an event on May 6th. The date that we looked at for ours was May 13th. In those conversations, what we determined is it would probably be best if city staff attended their event and answered the questions at that point. And so the way it's going to be scheduled is we will be there from approximately 11:45 to 12:30. Is that the time? And we will have the questions answered and answer any specific questions during that time frame. I know that's different than what was talked about with council, but we feel like it is a good use of everyone's time and not a duplication. So unless I hear of any consternation from council, that is the direction that we're going to proceed.
Great.
Taking the initiative, Harold. We love it. We love it.
No more comments.
Okay. City attorney, any comments?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned.